Welcome, traveler. Tonight we journey through time, through quiet pages of forgotten records, to a little town called Medville. A place most people pass through without ever noticing, yet a place that has, for centuries, built bridges, not just of stone and wood, but of connection and calm. So, make yourself comfortable. Perhaps lie back, take a slow breath in, and exhale gently as the candlelight flickers and your thoughts begin to slow. Let me tell you the comprehensive history of the bridges of Medville. If you have not subscribed to our channel, please subscribe it so that we can continue. The river through Medville has always moved slowly, so slowly that sometimes it seems the water itself is reluctant to leave. Long before the town was a town, before its name was written on any map, there was only that river, winding through soft meadows and fields that smelled faintly of mint after the rain. In those early years, people lived on either side of the water, waving to one another from a distance, their voices carried by the wind but never close enough to touch. And so, the people began to think about how to cross. At first it was simple, a fallen tree here, a rope stretched across two stones there. But wood rots and ropes fray, and the water, patient and kind as it seems, always reminds people that nothing built in haste will last. One quiet evening, a man named Elias Medden stood by the bank, watching the last glow of daylight tremble on the surface. He was a carpenter, careful with his hands and with his words. The air smelled of pine and smoke, and the sound of frogs came from the reeds. Elias whispered to himself that perhaps it was time they built something that would endure. He gathered wood from the northern grove, thick oak and pale pine, the kind that carries the scent of the forest for years. He worked at night, some said, when the town slept, and only the moon saw his hammer rise and fall. Day by day, the shape took form, a bridge barely wide enough for a single cart, yet perfect in its symmetry, sturdy in its simplicity. When it was finished, he said nothing grand, no speech, no announcement. He simply stood aside and let the villagers cross. One by one they stepped onto the new planks, feeling them give slightly underfoot, hearing the water murmur below. It creaked softly, like a sigh, like the sound of something waking. For years it stood, carrying carts, footsteps, laughter, and quiet goodbyes. Children would drop pebbles from its edge and watch the ripples spread out like dreams. Travelers coming through would stop to rest, leaning on its railing, speaking of other towns and other rivers. They called it Medden's Bridge, though Elias never wanted his name on it. He only smiled when people said it, proud in silence. Time, as always, moved on. Seasons shifted, and the wood, once golden and strong, began to darken. The river rose each spring, pressing against the beams, and winter ice bit at the joints. After 60 years, the bridge that had carried so many stories could carry no more. During one long rain, it cracked, gently at first, like a sigh breaking into a whisper. Then, as the current pulled at it, the bridge gave way and drifted slowly downstream, until it was gone. The town mourned as if it had lost an old friend. For weeks, people gathered by the water's edge, speaking of how it once looked, how the sun had reflected on its planks, how its creak had sounded different in the morning than at night. Then one afternoon, a woman arrived, a stonemason named Clara Denwood. She came from a neighboring town and spoke little, but her eyes measured everything. She touched the water with her fingertips and watched the current, then nodded. The river was patient, she said, but also proud. If it were to hold another bridge, it must be one of stone. So the people began collecting limestone from the hills. The air filled with the ring of chisels and the scrape of carts over gravel paths. The stones were pale gray, smooth and heavy, and the walls of half-finished houses stood empty for a while, because every able hand had turned to the bridge. Clara shaped each block by touch, aligning them with care, finding harmony between weight and balance. When it was complete, the arches rose like quiet prayers above the river. 5 perfect spans, each reflected in the water so that from afar, it seemed like 10 arches floating in the sky. People called it the Stone Bridge, though some whispered it should bear Clara's name. Travelers came to see it. Farmers led their horses across, and the sound of hooves on stone echoed softly, as if the bridge itself were humming. At dusk, when the air cooled and the first stars appeared, couples walked hand in hand over its curve, pausing at the middle to watch the lantern lights ripple below. Years passed again, as they always do. New houses were built, children grew. The town found rhythm in its quiet days. And then came the century of iron. The railway reached Medville, bringing smoke and noise and strangers who moved too quickly. The people decided they needed something new, something that spoke of the future. The stone bridge remained, proud and still, but beside it, they began building another. Thomas Reeve, a young engineer, came from the city with rolled papers and bright ideas. He spoke of metal beams that could sing when struck, of bridges that would last for centuries. Some of the older townsfolk shook their heads. They said iron had no soul, that it would rust faster than the stories could settle around it. But the younger ones were eager. They helped Thomas unload crates of bolts and rivets, their hands blackened with soot and oil. When the iron bridge finally opened, it gleamed in the sun like polished silver. The townsfolk crossed it slowly, uncertain at first, listening to the hollow echo beneath their feet. Yet, with every step, they grew more confident. By evening, the bridge was filled with laughter and applause. And as night fell, fog began to drift in from the river. The bridge disappeared into it, becoming nothing more than a faint shimmer. From the hills, people could still hear the metal humming, a low, steady tone, like a lullaby sung by the river itself. For many years, the two bridges stood side by side, one of stone, one of iron. The past and the future reflected together in the slow water. Birds nested beneath the arches, and fishermen tied their boats to the pillars. Life in Medville continued, quiet and predictable, until the spring of 1908, when the rains came harder than anyone could remember. For days the clouds did not break. The air was heavy and gray, and the smell of wet earth filled every street. The river rose higher, inch by inch, swallowing its banks. By the 4th day, it had covered the lowest fields, turning meadows into mirrors. The townspeople carried their belongings uphill, watching the water swell. The current grew darker, faster, stronger, and then one night it began to roar. They gathered on the hills with lanterns, their small flames flickering in the wind. They could see the stone bridge holding firm, its arches resisting the water's pull. The iron bridge groaned but did not bend. Even the remnants of the first wooden bridge, long buried in the mud, seemed to cling stubbornly to the riverbed. Through that long night, the people of Medville waited. And when dawn came, the rain stopped. Slowly, the water began to sink back into its banks. Both bridges had survived. The town had survived. From that day onward, people began to speak of the bridges as if they were alive. They said the bridges remembered, that they carried not only people but memories, that they watched over those who crossed, keeping them safe. It became tradition to touch the railing before stepping onto the bridge, a small gesture of respect, a silent greeting to an old friend. As the years rolled on, the town changed again. Electricity came, soft light glowing behind curtained windows. Horses gave way to motor cars that rattled across the iron span. Children who once dropped stones into the river now watched their reflections in the smooth metal of car doors. The bridges endured it all. They were there when people left, when people returned, when weddings were celebrated, and farewells were whispered. In summer, when the air grew thick with heat, people would sit beneath the stone arches where the shade was cool and damp. The sound of dripping water mixed with laughter and low conversation. On some evenings, when the wind carried the scent of blooming jasmine from the far bank, an old storyteller named Rowan would sit near the bridge and speak to whoever listened. He would tell them about Elias Medden, about Clara Denwood, about the flood that nearly took it all. His voice was slow and soft, and sometimes people would fall asleep before he reached the end of the tale. Rowan never minded. He said the bridges liked being spoken of, even if no one was awake to hear. As the 20th century deepened, Medville grew busier. New factories rose on the outskirts, and the hum of machines joined the song of the river. The old iron bridge began to rust at its edges, tiny spots spreading like freckles on its surface. Engineers came with paint and polish, whispering to themselves as they worked. They said it was still strong, that the rust was only surface deep. Yet, for all their certainty, they always crossed slowly, almost reverently, as if they too felt the bridge's quiet pulse beneath their feet. The stone bridge aged more gracefully. Moss crept along its sides, vines dangled down like lazy ribbons. On early mornings, mist would rise from the river and crown the bridge in silver. Birds perched along the edges, their reflections trembling on the water. The bridge said nothing, yet it seemed to breathe, to hold within its stones every voice that had ever crossed it. At night, when the town slept, the sound of the river deepened. It flowed like time itself, steady, unstoppable, carrying whispers of wood, stone, iron. Sometimes, if one stood still enough, one might imagine hearing them speak to each other. These bridges of Medville, sharing old stories, remembering. The first bridge of wood would speak of its brief life, of the joy of footsteps, and the tenderness of decay. The stone bridge would speak of endurance, of patience, of the dignity of silence. The iron bridge, proud and young, would hum a little tune, faint but confident, its voice blending with the crickets and the sighing wind. And so, the bridges continued to stand, guardians of a town that never truly hurried, keepers of a history that moved as slowly as the river itself. If you walk there now, long after midnight, when even the clocks seem to pause between ticks, you might see the faint glimmer of their reflections. You might hear the soft rhythm of water against stone, the distant hum of metal, and the ghostly creak of wood. You might think it is only the river moving, but perhaps it is time itself, flowing past, carrying everything and nothing all at once. And if you listen closely, very closely, you may still hear Elias Medden's hammer, gentle and sure, tapping somewhere beyond the dark, as if the bridge is still being built, plank by plank, dream by dream, across the calm and endless river of Medville. When the century turned and the world beyond Medville began to hurry, the bridges stayed as they were, content in their stillness. Cars grew faster, trains louder, but within the valley, the air seemed softer, slower, as though time itself respected the river's quiet authority. The townsfolk, though fewer now, still carried habits older than memory. They crossed the bridges without thinking, yet always with care, always with a moment of pause at the middle, where the water shimmered and the wind whispered. The first signs of change came with the council's decision to restore the bridges, not because they were falling apart, but because the outside world demanded reports, assessments, inspections. Men in bright coats and helmets came with measuring tools, tapping gently along the stonework, scribbling notes into small pads. The villagers watched them from a distance, murmuring that the bridges had withstood storms, floods, and wars, and did not need saving. But the men kept measuring, and the sound of their metal instruments echoed faintly down the riverbanks. It was then that a new figure arrived, a woman named Meredith Hale, an architect who had once worked in the cities. She walked slowly through the town, taking photographs, tracing her fingers over the old stone and listening. When asked what she thought of Medville's bridges, she smiled in a way that seemed almost tired. She said there was nothing to fix, only things to remember. The restoration began quietly. No machines, no loud hammers, no cranes towering above the rooftops. Just careful work, done by hand, the way Elias and Clara might have done it long ago. The people of Medville helped where they could, sweeping dust, passing buckets, humming to themselves as they worked. Children sat on the banks, skipping stones, watching reflections bend and break in the ripples. The river seemed pleased, its voice calm, its flow gentle, as though it too approved of the respect being shown. Meredith often worked late, even after dusk, when lamps glowed along the bridge in small amber pools. She said she liked the way the shadows moved, the way the stones seemed to breathe under light. Sometimes she would pause, brush a layer of moss with her hand, and whisper something no one could quite hear. Some said she spoke to the bridge itself, as if asking permission before making a change. The restoration took 3 summers. By the end, the bridges looked much the same as before, yet somehow brighter, cleaner, as though time had been gently brushed away but not erased. When the work was done, the town held no grand ceremony. Instead, they gathered one evening with lanterns and tea, standing in the cool twilight. Meredith stood by the railing, quiet, watching her reflection tremble in the water. A child asked her if the bridges would last forever now. She smiled and said, "Nothing lasts forever, but some things learn how to wait." The years that followed were peaceful. Tourists came, but not too many. Painters set up easels along the shore, sketching the reflections. Musicians played soft notes beneath the arches. In the stillness of evening, when mist floated low over the water, you could hear the sound of footsteps echo faintly across the iron span, even when no one was there. Some said it was just the wind. Others said it was memory, walking home. Every now and then, the townsfolk noticed small offerings left by the bridge. A single flower pressed into a crack in the stone. A note weighted down by a pebble. A candle stub beside the railing. No one claimed to have placed them there. They appeared and disappeared with the rhythm of the tides. Perhaps they were tributes to the past, or perhaps the bridges themselves had begun to inspire quiet gratitude, even from strangers. One winter, the river froze over for the first time in decades. The entire valley seemed to hold its breath. The bridges stood above the stillness, their reflections locked in glass. People walked out onto the ice carefully, laughing softly, their voices echoing off the stone. The children slid between the arches, leaving trails in the snow. When the thaw came and the river began to move again, it did so slowly, like someone waking from a deep sleep. The ice cracked and whispered, and the water beneath resumed its gentle hum. Meredith returned to Medville often after that. She would stay in a small inn near the square, her room facing the river. She spent hours by the window watching the light shift on the surface. Sometimes she carried a notebook, sometimes not. The innkeeper said she spoke very little, but every morning she would ask for the same breakfast, tea with honey and a slice of toast, and she would always eat it while looking toward the bridges. When asked why she kept coming back, she said it was because she liked the sound of things that didn't need her anymore. The decades passed quietly. The town aged as gently as the stone it rested upon. Roads changed, but the paths that led to the bridges never did. A new generation of children grew up throwing pebbles into the river, watching the ripples stretch and fade. Lovers met in the middle of the iron span, their voices low, their laughter soft. The bridges, patient as ever, carried them all. Every now and then, a stranger would stop in Medville for a night. They would arrive tired, restless from travel, speaking of cities that never slept and roads that never ended. They would walk down to the river to breathe in the quiet, and when they crossed the bridges, something inside them would loosen. They would slow down, look around, and forget, if only for a moment, what it was that had felt so urgent. Sometimes they would ask the locals how old the bridges were, or who built them, or why they still stood when so many others elsewhere had fallen. The locals would smile and shrug. Some said they didn't know. Others said maybe the bridges simply didn't want to leave. And that was always enough. There was one old man, a watchmaker named Samuel, who had lived in Medville his entire life. Every evening he would sit by the riverbank, winding the small clocks he sold in the market. He said that time flowed differently here, slower, gentler, as though the river kept the town safe from the rush of the outside world. He often said the bridges helped with that. They were not just crossings, he explained, but anchors. They held the present in place, kept the past nearby, and waited patiently for the future to arrive when it was ready. In his final years, Samuel began writing small notes about the bridges, lists of dates and names, sketches of arches and bolts, snippets of conversations he remembered from his youth. He called it a chronicle, though he never planned to publish it. He wrote simply because he loved the act of remembering. When he passed away, the people found his notebooks stacked neatly on his table, tied with string. On the first page of the last book, in his careful handwriting, were the words, "They will stand until they choose to rest." After his passing, the town librarian collected his writings and kept them in a glass cabinet labeled Local History. Visitors sometimes read a few pages, smiling at the tiny details. The exact number of cobblestones near the south arch, the year the first lantern was hung, the story of the cat that slept every night on the stone ledge. Some said reading Samuel's notes made them sleepy, as if his words carried the same rhythm as the river. Perhaps that was the point. In later years, new technology arrived in Medville. Electric lights, cameras, drones that buzzed softly in the air. People took photographs of the bridges from every angle, capturing the morning fog, the golden sunsets, the way the shadows curved over the water. Yet, for all the pictures and the tea, all the light, none ever seemed as real as standing there, hearing the quiet sound of the current beneath the arches. The photos showed the shape, but not the soul. Only silence could do that. And so, life went on. The bridges continued to hold the weight of footsteps and time. The river, always calm, always steady, kept its promise to move but never rush. Even now, if you visit Medville at night, when the lamps along the railings burn low and the world feels distant, you can hear the faint murmur of water and the almost imperceptible sigh of the bridges. They do not call attention to themselves. They do not boast of their endurance. They simply are, as they have always been, waiting, remembering, dreaming. And perhaps in that stillness, they remind us that some things are meant not to dazzle, but to endure, not to rush, but to rest. Perhaps that is why the people of Medville sleep so peacefully, with the bridges watching over them, holding together the edges of a world that moves just slowly enough to dream. As the years drifted onward, the river never hurried, and the bridges never complained. They bore quiet witness to every passing season, every gentle snowfall, and the way sunlight fractured on their arches in the early mornings. Children grew and moved away, yet they returned often to cross the bridges, carrying their own children, pointing out the small details that had once captivated them, the curve of a stone, the shimmer of the iron, the faint groove where countless feet had pressed against the wood long ago. The bridges remembered all of it, as if keeping a careful journal within their silent strength. In the spring, when the cherry trees along the banks bloomed, petals would drift onto the water and settle along the edges of the stone arches. People would pause mid-crossing, bending slightly to pick one up, feeling the delicate softness against their fingertips, then letting it float downstream, knowing it would travel quietly, slowly, on its own. Even the smallest act seemed to matter, carried on the current like a message the bridges kept secret. In the heat of summer, the shade beneath the arches offered relief from the sun. Couples would sit there, leaning their backs against the cool stone, listening to the river lapping gently against the pillars. Fishermen would tie their small boats, rocking slightly in the current, while the bridges held firm above them, unwavering, steady. Sometimes the wind would whistle through the iron beams of the younger bridge, creating a sound almost like a low lullaby, and people would stop talking to listen, even for a moment. Autumn brought a different kind of beauty. Leaves drifted down from the trees, gathering along the railings, and the river carried them slowly, twisting and turning before resting against the banks. Walkers would step carefully over them, hearing the soft rustle beneath their feet, and the bridges, patient as always, bore the weight without complaint. The town seemed quieter in those days, as though preparing for the long sleep of winter. Snow arrived eventually, blanketing Medville in a still, soft white. The bridges wore the snow like gentle coats, each arch outlined delicately, each pillar adorned with frost. Footsteps across the snow sounded muted, careful, almost reverent. Lanterns reflected softly on the icy surfaces of the river, and when the wind passed, the light trembled as if the world itself were breathing. Slowly, people would lean on the railings, eyes half closed, feeling the cold but noticing the warmth carried in the heart of the town, carried silently by the bridges. Even the river changed in winter. It slowed, carrying ice sheets lazily downstream, grinding them gently against the stone pillars. The sound was deep and low, a quiet hum beneath the snow, like a heartbeat sleeping beneath blankets. Travelers passing through would remark on the calm, as if they had never heard a river before, and the townsfolk would smile, saying nothing, knowing that the bridges were doing their work, holding space, keeping rhythm, reminding everyone that some things endure simply by being present. Years passed, decades passed, and the world beyond Medville sped forward. Cities grew taller, cars grew faster, machines hummed louder, and yet the bridges remained timeless in their quiet presence. They had become more than stone, wood, or iron. They were a constant, a rhythm, a place to pause and remember. People who had once hurried across the town now walked slowly, tracing the lines of the arches, feeling the texture of the railings beneath their fingers. Old friends met there, laughing quietly, speaking in low tones, while children chased each other along the gentle curves, never quite tired. The bridges seemed to absorb everything: the laughter, the sighs, the whispered secrets. They remembered every moment, storing it in their arches and beams, holding it patiently. Even when storms came, when the river swelled and the wind tore at the trees along the banks, the bridges endured. They did not rush, they did not panic. They simply bore the weight and allowed the world to move as it would. In the evenings, when the sun dipped behind the distant hills, the bridges were bathed in soft gold. Shadows stretched across the water, trembling gently with the motion of the current. People paused to look, sometimes with their eyes closed, feeling the warmth on their faces and the quiet beneath their feet. The bridges held them still, offered a place to breathe, to remember, to dream. Even in the late hours, when the town slept and only the river whispered, the bridges continued their work. They held memory, carried time, supported the weight of lives lived and lives yet to come. The faint echo of footsteps, long since gone, could be imagined across the stone and iron. The scent of old wood, the soft grit of stone, the slight metallic tang of iron, all remained, weaving a rhythm that slowed the mind, eased the heart, invited sleep. Visitors sometimes asked why Medville seemed so serene, why time felt different there. The townsfolk smiled and said nothing. They knew the answer could not be spoken, only felt. The bridges did not only connect the riverbanks, they connected past and present, memory and dream, the restless heart, and the patient world. Crossing them was an act of meditation, a chance to slow down, to notice, to breathe. And so, the bridges continued their quiet work, as they always had. Seasons shifted, children grew, travelers came and went, yet the arches and pillars held steady. The river below whispered softly, carrying petals, leaves, ice, and sunlight. The bridges remembered, and through their endurance, so did the town. Through them, time slowed, and all who walked upon them felt, if only for a moment, the calm that comes from knowing some things will remain, patiently, quietly, for as long as they are needed. Even now, if one were to wander Medville on a still evening, when the lamps glimmer low and the world feels distant, one could see the bridges, faint and unwavering, stretching across the river. One could feel the history in their arches, the weight of countless footsteps, the echo of long-gone voices. One could hear the river singing beneath them, and perhaps understand in the quiet that the bridges are not only crossings, but keepers of a world that has learned how to slow, how to wait, how to dream. And so, under moonlight and stars, under fog and gentle rain, the bridges of Medville continue to stand, timeless and patient. They hold the river, the town, and the hearts of all who pass. They endure because they remember, because they are present, because they carry quietly the weight of everything that has come before and everything that is yet to come. And as the river flows slowly beneath them, as the night winds drift gently through the arches, anyone crossing may feel the calm settle over their mind, as if the bridges themselves are whispering, softly, that it is all right to rest, that the world can wait, and that sleep, like time, moved gently in Medville, almost as if it had learned to follow the rhythm of the river. Each day arrived quietly, bringing sunlight that shimmered across the bridges, casting long shadows that stretched slowly over the water, then receded, as if to remind those who crossed that the world did not need to hurry. The people of the town carried on with simple routines, walking to markets, tending gardens, carrying baskets filled with fruit and bread, always passing over the bridges, always feeling the gentle sway of history beneath their feet. Evening came with soft certainty, the sky brushing itself in shades of rose and amber, and the bridges responded in silence. They held the weight of every traveler, every step taken with thought or without, as the river hummed beneath, steady and calm. It was said that if one stood still on the middle of the iron span at dusk and listened carefully, one could hear faint echoes of the past. Soft laughter of children who had long grown, the gentle hammering of carpenters from centuries ago, and the subtle murmur of stone settling into place. Seasons passed in quiet succession. Spring returned with a gentle bloom of cherry and lilac, petals drifting lazily onto the water, carried downstream in slow, undisturbed motion. Summer followed with its warmth, the bridges offering refuge beneath their arches, where shadows fell softly on the river, and the grass glistened with dew in the mornings. Autumn brought falling leaves, and winter arrived with blankets of snow that settled on the bridges' curves, softening their edges and muffling the sound of footsteps, leaving only the river's low, constant whisper to mark the passage of time. Children grew up crossing the bridges, sometimes alone, sometimes with parents, sometimes racing each other and laughing into the cold air. They learned the rhythm of the arches, the way each step echoed just slightly before settling, the way sunlight danced across the stone in the morning, and how the wind would whistle faintly through the iron beams in the evening. They learned that walking slowly, noticing small things, and listening carefully could bring calm to even the most restless hearts. Elders continued their walks as well, leaning lightly on the railings, sharing stories quietly with neighbors, or simply sitting in silence, feeling the cool stone beneath their hand. They spoke little of the bridges, yet their eyes reflected a deep understanding that some things are more than their material, more than the sum of wood, stone, and metal. They are patience made visible, endurance made tangible, quiet guardians of memory and of peace. Even travelers who passed through Medville for only a night or two felt it. They spoke of the unusual calm that seemed to rest over the town, of a feeling that time had slowed enough for the mind to rest, for thoughts to untangle and settle. They would cross the bridges slowly, unconsciously matching the rhythm of the river, allowing themselves to notice each curve, each reflection, each subtle sway. Some would pause at the middle, gazing down at the water, feeling something gentle move inside them, a sense that nothing had to be rushed, that the world could wait, that all would be well. At night, the bridges were a quiet sanctuary. Moonlight silvered their arches, turning the water beneath into a sheet of glass. Stars reflected along the surface in tiny trembling lights, and the air carried the faint scent of river, moss, and distant wood. The town slept, and the bridges held, supporting not only the weight of travelers but the weight of memory, of centuries of lives lived quietly and fully. Even when winds stirred, even when storms arrived, the bridges endured. They did not complain. They did not announce themselves. They simply were, steady and true. In these quiet hours, the bridges carried more than bodies. They carried stories. Each stone, each iron beam, each worn wooden plank held the whispers of the past. The hammering of Elias Medden, the chiseling of Clara Denwood, the hum of Thomas Reeves' ironwork, the soft footsteps of children, the careful steps of elders, all layered gently over one another. They created a subtle harmony, a song that only the attentive ear could hear, a melody that slowed the mind, quieted worries, and invited sleep. Over time, Medville became known not for its bustling markets or grand festivals, but for its bridges, for the calm they brought, for the way they encouraged people to walk slowly, to notice, to reflect. Visitors left feeling lighter, as if they had carried something heavy across the arches, only to leave it on the other side, where the bridges held it safely. Locals never questioned it. They simply lived with the quiet assurance that some things endure, that some things are meant to carry weight without complaint, that some things are meant to remind us that patience and stillness are gifts themselves. And so the bridges of Medville remained. The wooden bridge, long gone but remembered. The stone bridge, enduring through centuries of weather and human care. The iron bridge, gleaming in sunlight and humming in the wind. Together, they formed a rhythm that the town followed unconsciously, a beat that slowed the mind, a pulse that brought calm to the restless, comfort to the weary, and peace to all who noticed. The river continued beneath them, carrying water slowly, endlessly, reflecting the sky and the clouds, the moon and the stars. Petals floated, leaves drifted, ice shifted gently in winter. The bridges bore all of it, as they had for hundreds of years, quietly, faithfully. They did not require praise nor recognition. They simply held the world steady while it moved, and reminded anyone who crossed that some things are more than their shape or substance. They are endurance. They are patience. They are memory made tangible, and calm made visible. And now, as the night deepens, as stars fade slightly behind the first hint of dawn, as the town sleeps in gentle rhythm with the river, the bridges continue to stand. They stretch across Medville with quiet dignity, holding each step, each thought, each moment. They endure. They remember. They dream. And anyone crossing them, anyone pausing to notice, may feel a gentle hush descend, a quiet settling in the chest, a soft release of the day's weight, until sleep comes easily, naturally, and without hurry. The bridges of Medville, timeless and patient, hold the river, hold the town, hold the memory of all who have passed, and remind those who walk across them that some things need only to exist, to carry, to endure, and to be quietly. The years rolled on quietly, the river winding slowly beneath the bridges as if marking time with deliberate patience. Each morning, the sun would stretch its light across the arches, and the townsfolk would awaken to the soft glow, pausing for a moment on the thresholds of their homes to watch it shimmer on the water. Children ran to school along the paths that led to the bridges, their laughter mixing with the gentle hum of the current, their shadows stretching across the stone and iron as though reaching out to touch the past. The bridges had seen generations grow. Farmers carried baskets of fruit and grain, their hands rough but steady across the sturdy spans. Lovers met in secret, whispering words that drifted lightly on the wind, while elders walked slowly, leaning lightly on the railings, eyes soft with memory. Each step left its mark, not in the form of scratches or cracks, but as a quiet layering of history, absorbed into the wood, stone, and iron, stored carefully, as if the bridges themselves were keeping time in their own way. Spring came with gentle insistence, spilling sunlight across the riverbanks and filling the air with the scent of fresh blooms. Cherry trees leaned over the edges, their petals drifting lazily onto the water, where they swirled in soft patterns before settling near the stone arches. The townsfolk watched the petals float by, sometimes reaching down to touch them before letting them continue on their slow journey. The river seemed to carry memory itself, and those who paused felt as though the bridges were whispering that all was well, that there was no need to hurry. In summer, the heat settled over Medville, thick but never oppressive. The bridges offered refuge, their shaded curves a sanctuary from the sun. Children would tiptoe along the edges, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath their bare feet, and the iron beams would hum faintly as the wind passed through, creating a soft music that seemed older than the town itself. Fishermen tied small boats beneath the arches, their oars moving gently in time with the current. Even the birds seemed to recognize the bridge's quiet authority, perching along the railings or the stone ledges as if paying homage. Autumn arrived with a different kind of beauty. Leaves of amber, gold, and russet drifted down from the trees, covering the walkways in a soft, shifting carpet. Each footstep pressed them into fleeting patterns, only for the wind to scatter them again. The river reflected these changes, carrying leaves in slow spirals, allowing them to rest momentarily before moving onward. Travelers, both local and passing, crossed the bridges slowly, observing the play of light and color, feeling a quiet rhythm that matched the pulse of their own hearts. Winter brought stillness. Snow fell gently, blanketing the bridges and the riverbanks in soft white layers. Footsteps across the frozen ground were muffled, delicate, careful. Lanterns glowed faintly along the iron span, their reflections trembling on the icy river. The bridges seemed to sigh beneath the snow, bending gently under the weight yet holding steadfast, as if reminding all who cross that endurance is quiet and patient. Travelers who visited Medville in winter often remarked on the serenity, how the cold and the quiet seemed to slow the world enough for the mind to rest. Over the decades, the bridges bore witness to countless small stories. There was the baker's daughter who once dropped her basket of bread from the stone bridge, watching the loaves float downstream before laughing at the absurdity of the moment. There was the traveling scholar who came to meditate on the iron span, noting the reflections of clouds on the water, and scribbling observations in a notebook he kept tucked under his coat. There's the elderly musician who would play soft notes on a violin beneath the arches, letting the sound mingle with the hum of the river, filling the quiet night with gentle music. Floods came from time to time, testing the patience of the bridges. Water would rise rapidly, carrying debris and stirring the current into restless swirls. Yet, the bridges held firm, the stone solid, the iron unyielding. They absorbed the weight and let the river pass, standing unmoved while the town watched in awe. After the floods, people would gather at the edges, collecting driftwood, counting what had survived, and crossing the bridges with renewed care and gratitude. The bridges also witnessed quiet moments, the kind that passed unnoticed but left a soft impression. A single hand resting on the railing, a whispered apology, a brief moment of reflection before stepping back into the world. These small gestures, these pauses in life's hurried flow, were etched into the memory of the bridges, carried gently as though by the current itself. Anyone who crossed them could feel it, a subtle calm that settled over the shoulders, a quiet easing of thought, a reminder that some things endure without demand or expectation. As the 20th century deepened, new elements arrived. Street lamps flickered to life along the riverbanks, their soft light creating a golden path for night wanderers. Small benches were placed near the stone arches, allowing people to sit and watch the water, to breathe slowly and remember. Photographers began capturing the bridges in the gentle dawn or the misty evening, seeking to preserve a piece of their quiet majesty. Yet no photograph, no record, could capture the essence of standing there, feeling the weight of history underfoot, hearing the hum of the river, and knowing that one was part of a long, unbroken chain of quiet observation. Even as technology advanced and the world beyond Medville grew faster, the town remained measured, patient. The bridges reminded everyone that life could be observed, savored, and respected without hurry. Students walked slowly across them on their way to school, hands brushing lightly along the railings, learning without realizing that the rhythm of the river was teaching them the patience of centuries. Lovers held hands across the arches, feeling the subtle sway beneath them and the gentle pull of the river, and elders smiled quietly, knowing that the bridges had already carried countless hearts before and would continue to do so. And so, the bridges endured. They absorbed the laughter, the whispers, the tears, and the quiet reflections of Medville's generations. They held the weight of history, of memory, of the slow passage of time. They offered sanctuary without recognition, a place of calm without ceremony, a rhythm that matched the river, the town, and the gentle beat of human lives passing through. From time to time, the bridges seemed almost to breathe, expanding subtly beneath footsteps, as if acknowledging the presence of those who crossed. The water beneath reflected the sky, the trees, the arches, and the people, merging all into a single harmonious whole. Those who paused long enough could feel it. The slow heartbeat of Medville, carried quietly by the river, supported by the stone, wood, and iron that had endured so many seasons. And even now, when night falls and the town sleeps, when the river murmurs softly beneath the arches and the wind whispers along the rails, the bridges remain. They stretch across the calm water, timeless and patient, holding not only the town and the river, but the weight of memory, the essence of generations, and the quiet promise that some things endure simply by existing, quietly, faithfully, and without demand. The river's voice never changed. It flowed softly beneath the bridges, carrying with it the memory of every footstep, every whispered word, every small act that had passed across the arches. In early morning, when mist still hovered low above the water, a lone fisherman would step carefully onto the stone bridge, his wooden boat bobbing gently beneath him. He would cast his line slowly, deliberately, feeling the slight tremor beneath his feet as the river welcomed him into its rhythm. Birds would circle overhead, their wings slicing quietly through the pale sky, landing occasionally on the railing, observing him with calm curiosity. Children too discovered the bridges in their own way. A boy with untied laces would run from the north bank, his small feet thudding softly on the planks of the iron bridge, stopping occasionally to lean over the edge and watch the water swirl around a floating leaf. A girl carrying a bundle of wildflowers would follow him, stepping lightly on the stone arches, listening to the soft creak of the old beams and the gentle whisper of the river beneath. They rarely spoke. Their minds were too busy noticing the way light fractured on the surface of the water, the way shadows curved along the pillars, the way the bridges seemed to breathe and sync with the slow passage of time. Farmers and merchants continued to use the bridges in their daily lives. Carts creaked slowly across the stone span, laden with vegetables, bread, or hay. Horses shifted their weight carefully, and the bridges responded with subtle groans, not of pain but of acknowledgement, a quiet communication between structure and traveler. Travelers from beyond the town arrived occasionally, wide-eyed, noticing the slow, deliberate pace of life, wondering why the bridges seemed to hold a rhythm different from the world they had left behind. They would pause at the arches, leaning over the railings, listening to the gentle hum of water on stone, and the calm would settle into their hearts as naturally as sunlight warms the skin. Even the animals of Medville recognized the bridges as a safe haven. Cats would nap on the warm stone in the afternoons, curling tightly, eyes half closed, ears twitching at the faintest sound of wind or water. Dogs would follow children along the railings, stepping carefully, tails wagging slowly. Birds nested in the gaps of the stone arches, their songs drifting down over the water like small offerings, unnoticed yet treasured by the river, which carried them away gently, layer upon layer, into the history of the town. Winter brought its own quiet wonders. Ice formed slowly along the river's edges, delicate and fragile, catching the first light of dawn and refracting it into soft sparkles. Snow would coat the bridges in thick blankets, softening edges, muffling sound, and bringing the town into a hushed calm. Footsteps were careful, deliberate, almost reverent. The river, slowed and thickened with ice, seemed to whisper even more gently, carrying the memory of every previous winter, layering sound upon sound, story upon story, until it became part of the bridge itself. Generations passed, each leaving small traces behind. Lovers carved initials into the soft wood of the iron bridge, worn now by decades of wind and rain. Children pressed pennies into small cracks in the stone arches, imagining it would bring luck or happiness. Elders passed down quiet instructions. Always pause at the center, breathe, notice the river, listen to the wind. These rituals, subtle and small, became part of the bridge's rhythm, absorbed over time like water soaking into stone. The bridges had witnessed more than just daily life. They had seen storms so fierce that the river swallowed the banks and carried debris downstream. They had stood through unusually harsh winters when ice pressed against their pillars with patient insistence. They had borne the weight of celebrations, parades, weddings, and quiet goodbyes. In every instance, the bridges endured, offering calm and reassurance without complaint. Travelers, scholars, and townsfolk alike often remarked that crossing them felt like stepping into a different world, a world where time slowed, where memory was tangible, and where the heart could rest without hurry. Even on quiet nights, when the town slept, and only the river moved, the bridges held stories in their arches. A carpenter's hammer from long ago, a mason's chisel, the whisper of old footsteps, the soft laugh of a child, the sigh of lovers, all layered into the memory of the bridges, subtle and unnoticed, yet ever present. Those who paused and listened could feel a rhythm, slow and steady, as if the bridges themselves were alive, breathing with the pulse of Medville. Over time, small celebrations arose around the bridges. In early spring, townsfolk would leave bouquets of flowers on the railings, tied with ribbons, carried downstream by the river when their purpose was fulfilled. In summer, lanterns were hung along the iron span during evenings, when the air was thick with the scent of blossoms. In autumn, children gathered leaves to create patterns on the stone walkways. Even winter brought ritual, with soft snowmen built at the arches and candles lit along the railing to guide travelers safely across. These small acts of reverence were not for show. They were expressions of the town's awareness of the bridge's patience, their quiet endurance, and their steady presence. Visitors who arrived at Medville often left letters tucked into cracks in the stone, describing their experiences, the sense of calm, the feeling of timelessness. The bridges carried these too, absorbing their sentiments, weaving them into the silent history that stretched across centuries. Travelers sometimes returned years later, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as they crossed, as if the bridges had remembered them, holding their memories gently alongside those of all who had passed before. In later decades, as technology crept into the town, the bridges remained untouched by hurry. While automobiles moved along nearby roads, the bridges continued to invite walking, reflection, and pause. Photographers, drones, and sketch artists captured their image from every angle, but the essence could never be fully contained. It was not in the shape, but in the calm, the rhythm, the patient heartbeat of time carried across arches and planks. And so, the bridges of Medville continued. They held not only the weight of the river and the town, but the intangible: memory, patience, endurance, quiet reflection. Every person who stepped upon them became part of that ongoing history, adding a layer to the rhythm, a note to the subtle melody of life that the bridges carried. And even now, as night falls, as the river flows, as wind whispers softly across the arches, anyone crossing may feel that quiet pulse, may breathe in the slow passage of time, and may rest, if only for a moment, in the enduring calm. Over the years, Medville grew quietly, not in size or noise, but in the subtle depth of life, lived slowly. The bridges remained at the heart of this rhythm, carrying not only footsteps, but the essence of everything that touched them. A traveling poet arrived one spring, notebook in hand, pausing at the iron bridge for hours, observing the petals drifting on the water, listening to the murmur of the river, and noting the soft creak of the stone under the weight of distant footsteps. He wrote of patience, of endurance, of the calm that spread through his chest as he lingered in the gentle stillness, and then left his poems tucked into a small niche along the bridge for someone else to find. A quiet gift that would merge with the memories already carried there. Farmers continued to cross daily, their wagons loaded with bread, grain, and produce, the animals' hooves tapping a steady rhythm on the stone arches. Even on rainy days, when water ran in thin rivulets along the planks, the bridges bore their weight with quiet certainty. The river beneath rose and fell with the weather, carrying leaves, blossoms, and driftwood, yet never rushed, never demanded. It flowed in harmony with the bridges, which seemed to know instinctively how to adjust, bending slightly, creaking softly, but always remaining steady. Children discovered the bridges in their own ways, inventing games that stretched for hours. They would toss sticks into the current and watch them spiral slowly downstream, racing one another to the opposite bank, or press their faces close to the water to see reflections ripple and dance. Sometimes they would leave small stones or flowers wedged into the cracks of the arches, thinking of it as an offering, and the bridges would hold these gifts silently, absorbing them into the texture of memory. Seasonal changes became stories of their own. In summer, dragonflies skimmed the water, their wings catching sunlight, flitting between reeds and railings, pausing briefly as if to rest on the stone or iron. Birds nested in the crevices of the stone bridge, singing softly to the river below. The air carried the scent of flowers and wet earth, and travelers who wandered across the spans often lingered, sensing the quiet pulse of time carried in the arches. Autumn arrived with gold and rust-colored leaves, drifting gently over the walkways. Footsteps sounded muted on the soft layer of leaves, and the river carried the foliage downstream in slow, swirling patterns. Small celebrations arose in the town, with lanterns and seasonal decorations placed along the railings and riverbanks. The bridges became stages for quiet ritual, marking the passage of time not with noise or grandeur, but with subtle acknowledgement, a gentle awareness that change, like the leaves, could be observed and honored without hurry. Winter softened the town in its own unique way. Snow blanketed the bridges, settling quietly into every crevice, muffling sound, and turning every arch into a smooth, glimmering shape under the pale light of dawn or the glow of lanterns. Footsteps were careful, deliberate, almost reverent, leaving temporary impressions that faded as quickly as they were made. The river slowed beneath the ice, carrying fragments of previous winters, layering memory upon memory, allowing anyone who paused to feel the depth of time in a way that only quiet observation could reveal. Through all these years, stories accumulated. There was the clockmaker's apprentice who would linger on the stone bridge at dawn, noting the subtle tremor of the arches beneath his feet, feeling the heartbeat of the town transmitted through the bridge. There was the young mother who brought her child each day, teaching her to notice the way shadows curved along the arches, the faint hum of wind through iron, and the reflections in the river that changed from moment to moment. There was the elderly man who walked alone, cane tapping lightly, pausing to rest on the railing and breathe in the calm, observing as life continued across and beneath the spans. Even the floods became part of the story. When waters rose with sudden storms, carrying branches and debris, the bridges absorbed the weight and the town watched in awe. They did not collapse. They did not complain. They simply endured, standing as silent guardians of the river and the town, allowing the water to flow while the people witnessed the quiet strength of something built to last, something meant to endure beyond the small worries of the day. Travelers from far-off towns often remarked on the bridges. They described a feeling unlike anything in the cities they had left behind, a sensation of time slowing, of thoughts unraveling gently, of the heartbeat of the river syncing with their own. Some wrote letters, leaving them tucked into small gaps along the arches, and sometimes the letters stayed for years, quietly blending with the texture of the bridge, carried into history as part of the town's ongoing story. Even as technology crept into Medville, electricity, photography, automobiles, the bridges remained untouched by urgency. They became, in a way, a sanctuary from speed, a reminder that some things are not to be hurried. Locals walked across them slowly, children followed the rhythm instinctively, and travelers learned to pause and breathe while crossing, letting the calm of the bridges seep into their mind. And still, the bridges remembered everything. The weight of carts, the laughter of children, the whisper of lovers, the sigh of elders, the subtle tapping of raindrops on stone and iron. They carried all of it quietly, layering memory upon memory, season upon season, story upon story, until the very material itself seemed to hold the pulse of Medville within its arches. Even now, when night falls and the town is quiet, when lanterns glow softly along the railings and the river moves like liquid silver beneath, the bridges continue to stand. They hold the weight of time, of memory, of all who have crossed them. They carry the river, the town, and the hearts of all who pause. They endure because they must, and because they can. They endure because some things exist not to dazzle, not to impress, but to provide calm, to hold steady, to offer continuity in a world that otherwise hurries past. The bridges of Medville remain timeless and patient, and anyone crossing them, anyone stopping to breathe in the calm, may feel the subtle pulse of history, the quiet heartbeat of a town, the steady rhythm of the river, and may rest for even a single moment in the deep, enduring peace that the bridges have. Time, as it moved in Medville, seemed to take the form of the river itself, steady, quiet, and persistent. Even the smallest events became threads in a tapestry that the bridges held carefully, layer upon layer. A miller, long ago, had lost a sack of grain when a strong gust lifted the bag from his hands. He had chased it along the iron bridge, laughing despite the spill. And the bridges remembered the sound of his voice, echoing softly over the arches and settling into the stone. The seasons continued their slow dance. Spring arrived with a gentle insistence, dripping sunlight onto the arches and spilling warmth across the riverbanks. Frogs emerged from the reeds, croaking in small, measured bursts. Dragonflies skimmed across the water, their wings catching sunlight and scattering it into tiny, trembling sparks. Children followed them, stepping lightly, their shadows stretching along the stone, their laughter dissolving into the hum of the river. Even the bridges seemed to pause in spring, stretching each arch with a slow sigh, welcoming new life into the rhythm of their days. Summer arrived like a soft drum beat, steady and persistent. The warmth was thick in the air, carrying the faint smell of ripening fruit and fresh grass. People crossed the bridges slowly, letting the warmth soak into their shoulders and arms. Fishermen would lean over the railings, the line of their rods stretching lazily into the water. Families picnicked beneath the stone arches, the shadows offering relief from the sun, while the river hummed beneath, a gentle melody that carried the voices of the town on its surface. Autumn arrived, a painter with subtle hands. Leaves in gold, amber, and copper drifted down, gathering on the walkways, drifting into the river, spinning slowly as though dancing with the current. Townsfolk walked carefully, stepping over the layers of leaves, their eyes catching the colors and patterns. Children played games with leaves, racing them along the water, tossing them gently into small whirlpools. And the bridges absorbed it all. The sound, the movement, the fleeting patterns, without interruption, patient and steady as always. Winter softened everything. Snow drifted down, quieting the world and transforming the bridges into smooth, glimmering arches of white. Footsteps pressed gently into the snow, fading as quickly as they appeared. Ice formed along the riverbanks, catching the first light of dawn in it. Tiny, trembling prisms. Even in the bitter cold, travelers paused on the bridges, leaning on the railings, feeling the subtle tremor beneath their feet, sensing the rhythm of time carried through stone and iron. The bridges were witnesses to human stories, small and large. There was the baker who once left a tray of warm bread on the stone railing, stepping away only to return and find the bread gone, carried downstream by the current. He laughed quietly, watching it drift away, and the bridges remembered, as if holding the humor in their arches. There was the scholar who returned every autumn, notebook in hand, recording the patterns of light and shadow on the water, the subtle sway of the bridge, the reflections of the trees that had changed little in decades. Floods came sometimes, testing the patience and endurance of the bridges. Water would rise rapidly, carrying debris, twisting driftwood, rattling against stone pillars. Yet the bridges did not falter. They endured silently, absorbing the force without complaint, holding the river and the town together. People watched, awestruck, as the old structures bore the weight of storms with quiet dignity, a reminder that some things are built to last not by flash or strength alone, but by patience and careful design. Small celebrations arose around the bridges. Lanterns were hung along the iron span in summer evenings, glowing softly against the dark sky. In autumn, children gathered leaves and placed them gently along the railings. Flowers were tied in bundles and left along the stone bridge in spring. Each small act was a gesture of reverence, a quiet acknowledgement that the bridges had stood for centuries, supporting the town, the river, and the rhythm of life. Travelers, too, left their marks, though invisible to most. Letters tucked into cracks in the stone, coins pressed lightly into crevices, sketches left on the wooden planks, all became part of the bridge's memory. Over decades, these small traces layered into the arches and beams, creating a subtle archive of human presence that the bridges carried silently, faithfully, without requiring recognition or praise. Even wildlife respected the rhythm of the bridges. Birds nested in the arches, singing quietly in the mornings. Cats curled on the stone ledges, half asleep in the warm sun. Dogs padded along the walkways with careful steps, tails wagging slowly, ears pricked to the soft hum of the river. The bridges held all of it: the humans, the animals, the elements, the seasons, layering every sound, every movement, every whisper into a slow, steady pulse that marked the passage of time. Decades passed, and Medville changed. Technology reached the town, yet the bridges remained untouched by hurry. Automobiles moved along nearby streets, radios hummed in shops, and yet the spans continued to demand a slower pace, a deliberate crossing, a moment of attention. People learned to pause, to breathe, to notice the sway beneath their feet, the whisper of water, the echo of long-gone footsteps, and in doing so felt a sense of peace that could not be rushed, could not be forced, but could only be experienced in quiet observation. The bridges remembered all these things: the laughter of children, the whispers of lovers, the sighs of elders, the clatter of carts, the soft patter of rain on iron and stone, the drift of leaves in autumn, the sparkle of snow in winter. All were absorbed beams. Anyone crossing them could feel this history subtly, a calm settling over the shoulders, a soft easing of the heart, a gentle invitation to rest and let the world move at its own pace. Even now, as night falls, as stars reflect in the river, as lanterns glow softly on the bridges, anyone stepping onto the spans may feel the quiet pulse of Medville. The bridges stretch across the calm water, enduring, remembering, breathing gently with the rhythm of the town. They hold the river, they hold the town, they hold the weight of memory, and through their steadfast presence, they offer a gentle reassurance. It is always possible to pause, to notice, to breathe, and to rest. The river moved with a quiet patience that seemed almost sacred. It curved around the banks slowly, carrying reflections of clouds, sunlight, and moonlight alike. The bridges stretched across it, stoic and unwavering, holding the weight of everything that passed above them and beneath them. Early one morning, a woman crossed the stone bridge with a basket of fresh bread. The air smelled faintly of rain from the night before, and dew clung to the grass along the banks, sparkling like tiny jewels in the soft light of dawn. She paused at the middle of the bridge, leaning lightly on the railing, feeling the subtle vibration of footsteps left long ago, perhaps by her grandfather or someone she had never met. She closed her eyes briefly and inhaled, allowing the calm to settle into her chest, feeling a rhythm older than the town itself, a pulse carried through stone, iron, and water alike. Children arrived shortly after, their laughter tumbling across the arches like a gentle cascade. A boy with tousled hair chased a paper boat he had folded carefully the day before. It spun lazily on the river, dipping and turning, carried by the current that had guided countless leaves, petals, and driftwood over the centuries. Behind him, a girl carrying wildflowers tiptoed across the iron bridge, pausing to watch a dragonfly skim the water, its wings catching the morning light and scattering tiny, trembling sparkles. The bridges remembered the joy of their footsteps, the way the light danced on the arches, the gentle sway beneath their tiny feet, and stored it carefully, like a secret kept between wood, stone, and water. Farmers began to cross, their carts creaking with produce, the hooves of horses tapping slowly against the stone. The bridges absorbed every movement, every shift of weight, the subtle groan of iron under strain, the faint echo of wooden planks settling. A cartwheel caught on a small stone lodged in a crack, and the farmer leaned down to remove it, feeling the coolness of the arches beneath his fingers. He glanced around, noticing the soft shimmer of the river, the way mist rose gently from its surface, and continued on, unaware that the bridges had recorded the exact rhythm of his hands and feet, the subtle tilt of his cart, the quiet patience with which he. Spring brought cherry blossoms and the gentle hum of new life. Birds arrived in flocks, their songs layered over one another, creating a delicate, ever-changing symphony. A pair of swans glided slowly beneath the stone bridge, necks arched gracefully, leaving ripples in their wake. Children leaned over the railing, holding sticks and gently nudging the water, watching the swans react with subtle elegance. The bridges absorbed all of it, the laughter, the careful movements, the quiet moments of awe, and carried it forward in the subtle pulse that ran through their arches and beams. Summer arrived, thick with warmth and the smell of wet grass. Dragonflies skimmed across the water in long arcs, pausing to rest briefly on the iron beams of the younger bridge. A young couple walked slowly, hands entwined, following the curve of the stone bridge. Their shadows stretched along the arches, merging with the reflections in the water, creating a momentary illusion of movement frozen in light. The bridges carried that shadow, that gentle sway of two bodies moving together, holding it alongside centuries of other human moments. The laughter of children, the quiet sighs of elders, the careful movements of traders and travelers. Autumn arrived like a painter with delicate hands, brushing leaves in shades of gold, amber, and russet, across the bridges and the riverbanks. Children gathered fallen leaves into small piles, tossing them gently into the water to watch them spiral slowly downstream. Farmers walked more carefully, stepping lightly over the layers of leaves, noting the way they rustled underfoot. The bridges absorbed all these sounds, all these small movements, layering each season upon the last, allowing anyone who paused to feel the depth of time, the accumulated memory of lives intersecting gently with stone, wood, and iron. Winter brought quiet, soft, and absolute. Snow fell in layers, coating the bridges, the riverbanks, the trees along the shore. Footsteps were muffled, careful, deliberate. Lanterns glimmered softly, reflecting on the icy river, illuminating the gentle curves of the arches. Travelers paused mid-span, leaning on the railings, breathing in the cold air, feeling a rhythm older than themselves. Even the animals seemed aware of the stillness. Cats curled on warm stone ledges, dogs padded carefully, birds huddled in the cracks, and the bridges held them all, silently, endlessly, with patient endurance. Floods came occasionally, testing the patience of the bridges. Water would rise swiftly, carrying branches, leaves, and debris downstream. The bridges groaned softly under the weight, adjusting to the pressure, absorbing the force. Yet they never failed. They endured, holding the river, the town, and the history of every footstep, cart, and whisper. Locals watched in awe, noting how the bridges bore the weight without complaint, teaching lessons in endurance and quiet patience without ever speaking a word. Small celebrations arose around the bridges. Lanterns hung in summer, glowing softly at dusk. Flowers were left along the stone bridge in spring, petals carried downstream when their time was fulfilled. Children placed leaves along the arches in autumn. Even winter brought ritual, with small snowmen carefully built and candles lit along the railings. Every act, every pause, every gesture became part of the bridge's memory, woven into the rhythm of the town and the river, layered across decades, centuries even. Travelers came from far-off towns, seeking the calm they had heard of. Some left letters in small gaps in the stone, others tucked tiny objects into crevices. Each item became part of the memory carried quietly by the bridges, a subtle acknowledgement that all who passed left a trace. Over decades, these traces accumulated, a silent archive of human presence, stored in arches, beams, and planks, shaping the bridges not only as physical structures, but as vessels of quiet memory and calm. Even the wildlife contributed to the rhythm. Birds nested in arches, singing softly in the morning. Bees Cats curled along warm stones, half asleep, ears twitching at the faintest sound of wind or water. Dogs padded carefully across the spans, tails moving slowly, paws pressing gently into worn planks. The bridges held all of it, the humans, the animals, the seasons, the elements, layering each moment into a slow, steady pulse that carried through the town and into the hearts of anyone who paused to notice. Over time, Medville changed, but the bridges did not. They remained untouched by hurry, even as technology advanced. Automobiles passed nearby, radios hummed in shops, cameras clicked to capture images, but the bridges demanded patience. People learned, unconsciously or consciously, to slow their steps, to listen, to breathe, to observe the sway beneath their feet, the reflection of clouds on the river, the hum of centuries beneath the arches. And still, the bridges remembered. Every laugh, every whisper, every sigh, every clatter of carts, every soft patter of rain on stone and iron, all layered into the arches, stored carefully, a silent pulse running through the town. Anyone crossing them could feel it, a calm settling into the shoulders, a gentle easing of thought. A reminder that some things endure without demand, that some things hold steady without recognition, that some things simply exist to carry weight, to witness, and to endure. Even now, as night falls, as stars reflect in the river, as lanterns glow softly on the bridges, anyone stepping onto the spans may feel that quiet pulse. The bridges stretch across the calm water, enduring, remembering, breathing gently with the rhythm of the town. They hold the river, the town, and the weight of memory, and through their steadfast presence, they offer a gentle reassurance. It is always possible to pause, to notice, to breathe, and to rest. The river flowed with a deliberate patience, as though it had been taught the quiet rhythm of Medville itself. Early in the morning, mist clung to its surface, curling around the bases of the stone bridge and hiding the lower arches in a soft haze. A man, carrying a small satchel of books, crossed the bridge slowly. He paused midway, resting his hands lightly on the railing, feeling the gentle tremor beneath his feet, and listened. The hum of the river, the distant crow of a bird, the whisper of the wind through the iron beams, all combined into a subtle melody that seemed to calm the mind, a song older than the town, older than memory itself. Nearby, a baker's daughter carried a basket of warm bread across the arches. The smell drifted faintly into the morning air, blending with the scent of damp stone and fresh dew. She stopped briefly to watch a leaf spinning lazily in the current, curious how it danced in place while the river carried it slowly downstream. Her laughter, light and unhurried, echoed across the spans and was absorbed by the bridges, stored alongside centuries of similar moments. Laughter of children, the sighs of elders, the careful footsteps of travelers who crossed in silent reverence. As spring progressed, the town woke fully to life. Flowers bloomed along the riverbanks, petals drifting onto the bridges in gentle arcs. Birds nested in the gaps between stone and iron, their soft songs mixing with the hum of the river. Children discovered dragonflies skimming the water's surface, their wings catching sunlight in glittering flashes, and followed them across the bridges with careful steps. The bridges remembered the subtle tilt of their heads, the soft tap of their heads, shoes, the quiet exclamations of wonder, and layered it into the slow pulse that ran through stone and wood, through iron and river alike. Farmers crossed with carts loaded with grain and fruit. Hooves tapped softly on stone, wheels groaned over wooden planks, and the bridges accommodated it all without complaint. Once, a horse startled at a drifting leaf, causing the cart to sway slightly. The bridge absorbed the motion effortlessly, flexing just enough to maintain balance, and the town continued on, unaware of the subtle conversation between structure and traveler. These interactions, small and fleeting, accumulated silently over decades, woven into the very fabric of the bridges, giving them character, history, and depth. Summer arrived with warmth and golden light. Dragonflies, swallows, and hummingbirds flitted above the river, darting between railings and reeds, sometimes pausing to rest on the iron beams. Children ran barefoot across the stone bridge, chasing paper boats or floating blossoms, laughter tumbling in soft waves that mingled with the hum of the water. Lovers walked hand in hand along the iron span, pausing to observe the shimmer of sunlight on the river, the shadows merging into their own reflections. A private, fleeting moment now stored alongside countless others in the memory of the bridges. Autumn brought layers of gold and amber. Leaves fell silently, drifting onto the walkways and into the river. Children pressed them gently into small piles, tossing them into the current to watch the gentle spiral downstream. Farmers stepped carefully over the layers, their boots crunching softly. The bridges remembered these sounds, the subtle differences in weight, the small gestures of children and adults alike, adding them to the quiet, unbroken narrative of time that they carried with patience and grace. Winter transformed the town into a hushed, quiet sanctuary. Snow blanketed the bridges, softening edges, muffling footsteps. Lanterns glimmered along the railings, reflecting in the icy water below. Travelers crossed slowly, leaning on the railings, breathing in the cold, sharp air, and feeling the subtle tremor beneath their feet. Cats curled on the warm stone ledges. Dogs padded softly across the snow. Birds tucked into small crevices, and the bridges held all of it. The humans, the animals, the seasons, the weather, layering every moment into their memory. Historical moments, small but meaningful, were etched into the fabric of the bridges. Repairs made after minor floods, the careful placement of new planks, the chiseling of a stone corner by a mason long ago, the subtle hammering of iron rivets, each left a trace. Locals remembered stories passed down by elders about the bridge that survived the flood of 1943, the iron arch reinforced by craftsmen who worked through the night, the stone bridge patched with care after a harsh winter, all preserving continuity and endurance. Travelers occasionally left their own mark. Letters tucked into cracks, coins pressed gently into stone, small sketches left in the folds of the bridge's wood. The bridges absorbed them silently, as they had absorbed countless footsteps, whispers, sighs, laughter, and tears over centuries. Anyone crossing could feel it, a faint pulse of human life, a steady rhythm of calm and patience, a reminder that these arches and beams were not merely structures, but vessels of memory, endurance, and quiet understanding. Even wildlife contributed to the slow rhythm. Birds nested in arches, singing softly. Cats dozed in the sun, shifting only slightly to follow a warmer patch of stone. Dogs padded across the spans with careful steps, ears twitching to the river's subtle songs. The river itself carried petals, leaves, and small twigs, blending them into its slow-moving current, adding each to the long history of flow beneath arches that had stood for centuries. As decades passed, Medville changed, but the bridges did not. While automobiles rolled along nearby streets and radios hummed in homes, the bridges demanded patience. People learned to slow their steps, to breathe, to listen. The hum of water beneath their feet, the gentle sway of arches, the whisper of wind through iron beams. These subtle details reminded them that life need not be rushed, that calm and reflection could be found even amidst movement. And still, the bridges remembered. Every laugh, every whisper, every sigh, every cartwheel, every soft patter of rain, all layered into the stone, wood, and iron. Anyone crossing could feel it, a soft settling of the shoulders, a gentle easing of thought, a subtle invitation to pause and rest. The bridges carried the pulse of Medville in quiet, unbroken continuity, holding river, town and memory alike. Even now, under the soft light of stars, as lanterns glow gently along the arches, anyone stepping onto the spans may feel that quiet pulse. The bridges stretch across the calm water, enduring, remembering, breathing slowly with the rhythm of the town. They hold the river, the town, the weight of memory, and through their steadfast presence, they offer a gentle reassurance. It is always possible to pause, to notice, to breathe, and to rest. The bridges of Medville had always held more than stone, iron, and wood. They carried centuries of quiet life, subtle shifts in seasons, and the faint echoes of countless footsteps. Early one morning, mist lingered low above the river, curling in slow spirals around the bases of the stone arches. A scholar arrived, notebook in hand, pausing halfway across the span. He placed his palm lightly on the cold, rough stone, feeling its texture, noting how each arch had absorbed decades of weathering, tiny cracks from frost and rain, slight grooves where carts had rolled over countless times. The bridges seemed to respond, not in sound, but in subtle tremors beneath his feet, vibrations so soft he almost imagined them. The river below murmured steadily, carrying petals, fallen leaves, and bits of driftwood in a lazy procession, and the scholar leaned over the railing, tracing the patterns with his eyes, observing the gentle, ever-changing rhythm. Meanwhile, a mother walked slowly with her child, the child's small fingers brushing against the worn iron railing, tracing the smooth curves and subtle scratches left by generations. Each touch, each step, added yet another layer of memory, another note in the silent symphony the bridges carried. They paused mid-span to watch a small duckling follow its mother along the current, weaving around floating leaves, the reflection of the arches mirrored in the water. The mother smiled, quiet, almost reverent, and the child tilted her head, mesmerized by the slow dance of reflection and ripples. The bridges seemed to breathe with them, absorbing their attention. The soft murmur of conversation, the light tap of shoes on stone. Spring's arrival was always subtle, never rushed. Cherry blossoms appeared first, pink and pale, dotting the edges of the bridges. Petals drifted lazily down, landing on the river, carried by the current, sometimes spinning slowly before settling near the stone pillars. Farmers began to cross the spans more frequently, carts laden with fruit, baskets, bundles of herbs. Hooves tapped softly, wheels groaned gently, and the bridges accommodated it all, flexing just enough to absorb weight and vibration. Sometimes a wheel would catch on a slight unevenness in the stone, a crack created decades earlier. The driver would lean down, adjust it, and continue, unaware that the bridges recorded even the smallest tremor of movement, layering it into memory alongside laughter, whispers, and quiet sighs. Children came in groups, small clusters of curious energy, discovering dragonflies flitting over the water, leaves caught in eddies, tiny fish darting beneath the surface. They would place sticks in the current, racing them, cheering softly when one drifted faster than another. A boy would climb briefly onto the railing, balancing carefully while a friend held out a hand in warning, the metal cold against his palms. The bridges absorbed these moments, the lightness, the thrill, the laughter, storing them quietly, without need for recognition. Even the river seemed to slow slightly to watch, carrying the paper boats, pedals, and sticks downstream in soft, twisting spirals gentle as a lullaby. Summer brought heat, buzzing insects, and the faint, sticky scent of ripening fruit along the banks. Swallows swooped over the water in long arcs, diving low, sometimes perching briefly on the iron beams, wings trembling in the sun. Lovers walked slowly across the spans, hands entwined, pausing to observe sunlight glittering on the surface, shadows merging into reflections, creating fleeting illusions of movement frozen in time. Their whispers, light as air, joined the symphony of other quiet sounds, Hooves, laughter, bird calls, water murmuring against stone, and the bridges carried them all. No one could hear everything at once, but those who paused long enough, who leaned on the railings and breathed, could feel the layering, the pulse, the subtle heartbeat of centuries captured in a single step. Autumn arrived with deliberate elegance. Leaves in gold, copper, and rust fell in waves, covering the walkways in soft, shifting carpets. Children pressed them into patterns, stacking them gently, tossing them into the river, watching them spin slowly in the current. Farmers and traders walked more carefully, boots crunching softly, wheels rolling deliberately. Lanterns began to appear along the edges as evenings grew shorter, casting warm glows over the arches and reflecting in the water. The bridges carried all of it, the movement, the sound, the patterns of light and shadow, layering each detail onto the memory of stone, wood, and iron. Winter was different, cold and still, quiet and absolute. Snow blanketed the spans, softening edges, muffling sound, transforming the bridges into smooth, glimmering arches of white. Footsteps were careful, deliberate, fading quickly into the soft powder. Travelers paused mid-span, leaning on the railing, inhaling the crisp air, feeling the subtle vibration beneath their feet. Cats napped on warm ledges, dogs padded carefully, birds huddled in sheltered gaps. The bridges absorbed all of it, layering the faint traces of warmth and motion against the backdrop of stillness, recording each moment as a gentle pulse in the ongoing rhythm of Medville. Floods occasionally arrived, testing patience and endurance. Water rose swiftly, carrying debris, branches, and driftwood. The bridges groaned softly under the weight, arches flexing slightly to bear the pressure, absorbing the force of the river. Townsfolk watched in awe as the bridges held, teaching lessons in quiet strength, patience, and resilience. They endured storms, survived harsh winters, and continued to carry the weight of generations, absorbing every footstep, every cart, every whisper, every sigh, every moment of wonder or fear, storing them silently within the arches and beams. Even in small celebrations, the bridges were present. Flowers tied with ribbons in spring, lanterns in summer, leaf patterns in autumn, snowmen, and candles in winter. All these acts layered over centuries, small gestures acknowledging the bridge's quiet endurance, reminding all who crossed that life could be observed. Travelers, too, left their mark, invisible yet present. Letters tucked into cracks, coins pressed into crevices, sketches folded into small gaps. They became part of the bridge's memory. Over decades, these small acts accumulated, creating a silent archive of human presence. Anyone crossing could feel it, a faint pulse, a gentle rhythm that reminded them of the passage of time and the steady continuity of life. Even the wildlife participated in the rhythm. Birds nested in arches, singing softly in the morning. Cats stretched lazily on sun-warmed stone, moving occasionally to follow a warmer patch. Dogs padded slowly, ears twitching at faint sounds of water or wind. Fish darted beneath the river, twisting around submerged debris and reflections of arches. The bridges held all of it, a slow, steady pulse that traveled through the town and into the hearts of anyone who paused, who listened, who allowed themselves to rest. The bridges endured as Medville changed. Automobiles passed on nearby roads. Radios hummed in homes. Cameras captured fleeting images. Yet the bridges remained untouched by urgency. Their arches, stone, iron, and wood, demanded a slower pace, a deliberate crossing, a moment of observation. Anyone who walked across them felt the pulse, a gentle settling of thought, a quiet ease, a reminder that calm and endurance exist even in a world that hurries past. And still, the bridges remembered. Every laugh, whisper, sigh, clatter of carts, soft patter of rain, all layered into the arches, beams, and planks. Anyone crossing could feel it, a gentle settling of shoulders, easing of thought, subtle invitation to pause, to breathe, to rest. The bridges carried the pulse of Medville, enduring, remembering, and offering quiet reassurance. There is always space to slow down, to notice, to breathe, and to rest. The bridges of Medville were never merely structures. They were living archives, silent witnesses to centuries of life, weather, and time. Each stone and iron beam held a memory. Each arch contained a subtle pulse. Each wooden plank whispered stories to anyone who paused long enough to notice. Early one morning, the fog hung low, thick over the river, softening the outlines of the arches. A carpenter walked slowly across the stone bridge, satchel on his back, eyes tracing the subtle cracks and grooves carved into the stone by decades of wear. His fingers brushed gently along the surface, feeling the cool, rough texture, noting how the edges of some stones had worn smooth from countless footsteps. He paused to adjust his footing on a slight unevenness, then leaned on the railing, listening to the river's quiet murmur below. The bridges seemed to breathe beneath him, subtle vibrations traveling through stone, iron, and wood, carrying the echoes of thousands of past crossings. A mother brought her child across the iron bridge, the child's fingers curling around the railing, tracing the faint scratches left by generations before. They paused at the center, looking down at the river flowing steadily below. Small fish darted beneath the surface, weaving between leaves and petals carried by the current. The mother lifted the child slightly to point at the swirl of reflections, at the way sunlight danced on the water's surface, at the arches mirrored in the soft ripples. The bridges remembered the weight of their steps, the warmth of their hands on iron, the quiet joy in the child's gaze, layering it alongside centuries of similar moments. Spring arrived quietly, stretching the town awake. Cherry blossoms appeared first along the riverbanks, then gradually spread onto the bridges themselves, petals drifting down to float on the water. Farmers crossed daily, carts groaning under baskets of produce, the rhythmic tap of hooves on stone, harmonizing with the subtle creak of wooden wheels. Sometimes a wheel caught on a slight unevenness in the stone, and the driver paused, leaning down to correct it, unaware that the bridges had recorded the small tremor, storing it in the slow pulse that ran through arches and beams. Children discovered dragonflies skimming the water, chasing paper boats or drifting blossoms, laughter mingling with the murmur of the river, absorbed into the quiet memory carried by the bridges. As summer approached, warmth settled over the town, thick in the air, heavy with the smell of ripening fruit and grass. Swallows swooped over the river in long arcs, diving low, sometimes perching on the iron beams. Lovers crossed slowly, hands entwined, pausing to watch sunlight glimmer on the rippling water. Their shadows stretched long along the stone and merged with reflections, creating fleeting illusions of movement frozen in time. The bridges absorbed it all. The joy, the whisper of words, the soft tapping of feet, layering each moment atop the centuries of quiet observation they already held. Autumn arrived, deliberate and calm. Leaves fell in waves of gold, amber and rust, drifting onto the walkways and into the river. Children collected them, forming small piles to toss into the current, watching the spirals as they floated downstream. Farmers and traders moved carefully over the layer of leaves, boots crunching softly, wheels rolling deliberately. Lanterns began to glow along the bridges in the early evening, reflecting in the river below and illuminating the subtle textures of stone, iron, and wood. The bridges held all of it, the sound of crunching leaves, the soft glow of lanterns, the quiet movements of animals and humans alike, layering each detail into their steady rhythm. Winter transformed the town into a quiet sanctuary. Snow covered the bridges, softening edges, muffling footsteps, turning every arch into smooth curves of white. Travelers paused mid-span, leaning on the railing, breathing in the cold air, feeling the subtle tremor beneath their feet. Cats curled on sun-warmed ledges, dogs padded carefully across the snow, birds huddled in sheltered gaps, and the bridges absorbed all of it, storing moments of life against the backdrop of stillness. A soft pulse carried beneath the arches, beneath the beams, beneath. Historical events left traces as well. The Great Flood of 1943 had tested the bridge's endurance. Water rose swiftly, carrying debris and branches downstream. Stone arches flexed slightly, iron beams groaned, wooden planks shifted, yet the bridges endured. Craftsmen worked tirelessly to repair minor cracks, replace weakened planks, and reinforce the foundations. With new stone and iron, these repairs became part of the bridge's memory, adding subtle layers to the ongoing rhythm of the town. Even after decades, the arches bore the faint imprint of water lines, of minor fractures that had healed, reminders of endurance and patience. Small celebrations arose around the bridges in every season. In spring, flowers were tied to the railings, petals drifting downstream in gentle arcs. In summer, lanterns glowed softly in the evenings, illuminating shadows that danced across the river's surface. Autumn brought patterns of leaves, carefully arranged by children, floating into the water in gentle spirals. Winter offered snowmen, small candles, and quiet rituals, each layering subtle human presence into the long memory carried by stone and iron. Travelers often left letters, coins, or sketches tucked into gaps in the wood and stone, small gestures that would fade into memory yet remain woven into the pulse of the bridges for years to come. The wildlife participated naturally in this rhythm. Birds nested in the arches, singing softly at dawn. Cats stretched lazily along warm ledges, shifting occasionally to follow the sun. Dogs padded slowly across the spans, ears twitching to the faintest sounds of river or wind. Fish darted beneath the surface, weaving around leaves and reflections of arches. Dragonflies skimmed the water, pausing briefly on iron beams. Even insects and small mammals played their subtle roles, contributing to the slow, layered symphony of life carried in the pulse of the bridges. Repair and maintenance, though infrequent, became acts of quiet reverence. Masons and carpenters worked carefully, replacing cracked stones or weathered planks, adding iron supports where the years had worn them thin. Every hammer strike, every chisel mark, every careful adjustment layered new memory onto old, embedding the act of care into the bridges themselves. Travelers might notice fresh wood, faint traces of mortar, or newly polished iron, but they would not hear the centuries of history flowing silently beneath, the countless hands and feet that had crossed these spans, adding weight, stories, and subtle rhythm to every arch and beam. Even ordinary days held meaning. A boy might toss a small stone into the river, watching ripples fan outward and reflecting on the arches mirrored in the water. An elder might pause to lean on the railing, gazing at the reflection of clouds, tracing the curves of arches in the water, listening to the faint creak of wood, and feeling a sense of continuity deeper than memory. Each interaction, subtle or grand, contributed to the pulse carried within the bridges. Floods, storms, and minor earthquakes tested the bridges, and each time they endured. The stone shifted slightly, the iron groaned, wooden planks flexed, yet the arches held, unwavering. Townsfolk marveled at this endurance, often pausing mid-crossing to place a hand on the railing, silently acknowledging the patience, resilience, and quiet strength that had carried generations safely across. Over decades, Medville evolved, yet the bridges remained. Automobiles passed nearby, radios hummed in homes, cameras clicked, yet the bridges demanded calm, observation, deliberate steps. Anyone crossing them, pausing mid-span, leaning on the railing, could feel centuries of memory beneath their feet. The pulse was subtle, steady, almost imperceptible, but those who slowed, listened, and breathed could feel it flowing through their shoulders, settling their thoughts, reminding them that life need not rush, that calm exists when attention is given. And still, the bridges remembered. Every whisper, every laugh, every sigh, every clatter of wheels, every gentle tap of rain, all layered in the arches and beams. Anyone crossing could feel it, a settling of thought, a quiet easing, an invitation to rest. The bridges carried the pulse of Medville, holding river, town, and memory in quiet, unbroken continuity, offering reassurance. It is always possible to pause, to notice, to breathe, and to rest. The bridges of Medville had always carried more than stone, iron, and wood. They carried the slow pulse of time itself. Each arch, each beam, each plank held centuries of quiet life, countless footsteps, whispers, laughter, sighs, and moments of stillness. On a pale, misty morning, the river moved like liquid silver beneath the spans, curling around the bases of the arches, rising just enough to reflect the sky in muted tones. A scholar arrived, notebook in hand, stepping carefully across the stone bridge. He placed his fingers lightly on the rough surface, tracing grooves and imperfections etched by countless centuries of footfalls, carts, hooves, and weather. The bridges seemed to answer with a subtle tremor beneath his feet, a pulse so faint that only those who paused long enough could feel it. He leaned against the railing, listening to the river's murmur, the soft creak of wood, the occasional whistle of the wind threading through iron beams, and he felt a sense of calm, as though the bridges were breathing with him, breathing for centuries. Across the span, a mother guided her child, small hands grasping the railing with curiosity. The child tilted her head to watch a leaf drift in lazy spirals on the current below. A dragonfly hovered, skimming the water with delicate precision, its wings catching pale sunlight, scattering tiny glimmers across the surface. The mother smiled quietly, bending down to point out the subtle patterns of light and reflection. The way the arches mirrored themselves in water, the gentle eddies that carried petals and debris downstream. The bridges remembered the warmth of their hands, the soft tap of shoes on stone, the breathless wonder in the child's eyes, layering it atop centuries of similar quiet moments. Spring emerged in layers, almost imperceptibly at first. Cherry blossoms appeared along the riverbanks, their soft pink petals drifting lazily onto the bridges, settling on stone and iron in delicate arcs. Farmers crossed the spans daily, carts creaking under baskets of vegetables, grain, and fruit. Hooves tapped in rhythm with the wheels, and the bridges flexed subtly, absorbing weight, vibration, and motion without complaint. On rare occasions, a wheel caught on a slight unevenness in the stone, prompting a pause, a careful adjustment, a soft exhale of relief. The bridges recorded it all, the tremor, the pause, the quiet human response, and carried it silently forward in the slow, unbroken pulse of memory. Children appeared in groups, full of energy, chasing dragonflies and racing paper boats on the river. Their laughter, sometimes shrill, sometimes soft, mingled with the steady murmur of water. A boy climbed briefly onto the railing, balancing gingerly, a friend holding out a hand in warning. The metal was cold, rough against small palms. The bridges absorbed the tension, the thrill, the careful attention, as they had absorbed countless similar moments over centuries. Even the river seemed to slow, holding the paper boats and drifting petals, spinning them in lazy arcs, creating patterns that would vanish as quickly as they formed, yet leave a subtle imprint in the bridge's long memory. Summer arrived with a golden persistence. Heat hung thick in the air, scented faintly with ripening fruit, fresh grass, and the faint metallic tang of iron warmed by sunlight. Swallows dipped low over the water, tracing arcs across the sky, diving briefly onto iron beams. Lovers strolled across the bridges, hands entwined, shadows stretching long across stone, merging with reflections in the water. The bridges absorbed these gestures of intimacy, folding them into the rhythm of countless other moments: the laughter of children, the sighs of elders, the quiet movements of farmers and travelers, the careful steps of animals navigating the spans. The pulse of the bridges was subtle, but perceptible to those who moved slowly, who listened, who allowed themselves to become part of the rhythm. Autumn arrived with deliberate elegance, painting the town and bridges in gold, amber, and copper. Leaves fell gently, covering the walkways and swirling into the river in lazy spirals. Children arranged them into small piles, tossing them into the current, watching the leaves twist, spin, and drift away. Farmers walked with careful steps, boots crunching softly, wheels rolling over the leafy carpets. Lanterns appeared along the bridges in the early evening, casting long shadows and warm glows on stone and iron. Every movement, every sound, every subtle change of light and color was absorbed by the bridges, layered into the slow, steady rhythm that had been accumulating for centuries. Winter transformed Medville into a hushed sanctuary. Snow blanketed every surface, softening edges, muffling footsteps, turning the bridges into arches of gleaming white. Travelers paused mid-span, leaning on the railings, inhaling the crisp air, feeling the subtle tremor beneath their feet. Cats lounged on warm ledges, dogs padded carefully across snow, birds huddled in sheltered gaps. The bridges absorbed all of it, the humans, the animals, the quiet stillness of the season, layering warmth against the cold, movement against stillness, life against the quiet pulse of time. The bridges had weathered more than just seasons. Floods came unpredictably, testing the patience of both town and structure. In 1943, the Great Flood swept down the river, carrying branches, debris, and entire carts. The stone arches flexed slightly, iron beams groaned, wooden planks shifted. Craftsmen worked tirelessly through night and day to repair cracks, reinforce arches, and replace weathered beams. Each hammer strike, each careful chiseling, each replacement of worn stone became part of the bridge's memory. The river eventually receded, but the arches retained the faint traces of the waterline, a reminder of endurance and resilience, of patience and steadfastness. Small festivals and quiet rituals took place along the bridges throughout the centuries. In spring, flowers tied to railings drifted gently into the river. Summer brought lanterns glowing softly at dusk, reflecting in the water, illuminating arches that had held countless footsteps over decades. Autumn saw children arranging leaves, tossing them into spirals on the water's surface. Winter provided snowmen, small candles, and gentle celebrations of light and warmth in quiet times. The bridges absorbed each gesture, adding it to the pulse of memory that ran silently beneath stone, wood, and iron. Wildlife, too, contributed to bridges' slow rhythm. Birds nested in arches, singing softly in the morning. Cats shifted lazily on warm ledges, adjusting with care to find patches of sunlight. Dogs padded carefully, ears alert to faint rustles of wind and water. Fish darted beneath the surface, twisting around leaves, petals, and reflections of arches. Dragonflies skimmed the water, their wings scattering sunlight in delicate glimmers. Even insects, small mammals, and the quiet rustle of reeds contributed to the layered pulse of life carried within the bridges. Ordinary days held meaning as well. A boy might skip stones into the river, creating concentric ripples that spread across the surface. An elder might lean on the railing, tracing clouds reflected in the water, listening to the faint creak of wood, feeling centuries of memory beneath his hands. Every gesture, even the smallest, layered into the subtle, enduring pulse of the bridges, adding depth, texture, and quiet continuity. The bridges had endured centuries of change. Automobiles rolled along nearby streets, radios hummed, cameras clicked, Yet the bridges remained calm, demanding deliberate steps and quiet observation. Anyone crossing, pausing mid-span, leaning on the railing, breathing deeply, could feel the subtle rhythm, the centuries of layered memory settling through shoulders, calming thoughts, reminding travelers that patience, calm, and even now, under the soft glow of stars, as lanterns flickered gently along the spans, anyone stepping onto the bridges might feel the quiet pulse. The arches stretched across the river, enduring, remembering, breathing slowly with the town. They held the water, the town, and the weight of memory, offering gentle reassurance. It is always possible to pause, to notice, to breathe, to rest, and to become part of the enduring rhythm of Medville. Time as carried by the bridges was not measured in hours or days, but in the slow accumulation of life, quiet moments, subtle movements, and enduring patience. Each stone, each beam, each plank held the echoes of footsteps long gone, of laughter long faded, of whispers, sighs, and songs carried across the water. Anyone who paused and allowed themselves to notice could feel the pulse, the continuity, the rhythm, a reminder that calm exists when attention is given, that patience is possible when time is observed, that rest can always be found on the spans of Medville. The bridges of Medville had always been patient, holding centuries of life in quiet, unbroken continuity. Early in the morning, the river flowed like liquid silver beneath the spans, curling around the stone pillars and carrying leaves, petals, and occasional driftwood downstream in gentle spiral. Mist hung low over the water, softening the outlines of the arches and veiling the town in pale gray light. A craftsman arrived, satchel slung over his shoulder, carrying tools he would use later to repair minor cracks in the stone. His fingers brushed against the cold surface of the arches, tracing the subtle grooves and scratches left by generations before him. The bridges seemed to answer with faint tremors beneath his feet, subtle pulses that resonated through wood, stone, and iron alike. He paused mid-span, leaning lightly on the railing, inhaling deeply, feeling the slow rhythm of time carried in the arches and beams. A mother arrived with her child, small hands clutching the worn railing, fingers tracing delicate scratches and grooves etched by countless generations. They paused to watch the reflection of clouds in the gentle river, a swirl of light and shadow mirrored in soft ripples. A small duckling followed its mother along the current, weaving carefully around floating leaves and petals. "Ah, I'm going to do the diggy guy. Let's show all it too." Mother pointed quietly, explaining the gentle patterns. The way water could carry things both quickly and slowly. The way the bridges had held everything above and beneath them for generations. The bridges absorbed it all, the child's small giggle, the mother's quiet voice, the flutter of wings from dragonflies overhead, layering it alongside centuries of similar quiet moments. Spring arrived slowly, almost imperceptibly. Cherry blossoms appeared first along the riverbanks, then spread to the edges of the bridges, petals drifting onto stone and iron in delicate arcs. Farmers crossed daily, carts creaking under baskets of vegetables, grain, and fruit. Hooves tapped a steady rhythm, wheels groaned softly, and the bridges flexed subtly, accommodating every motion without complaint. Occasionally, a wheel caught on a small uneven patch, a crack etched by frost or flood decades earlier. The driver paused, adjusted carefully, and moved on, unaware that the bridges had recorded every nuance. The pause, the tremor, the gentle sigh of relief. All of it became part of the bridge's slow, patient pulse, carrying the rhythm of human life through centuries. Children arrived in clusters, chasing dragonflies or floating paper boats. Laughter tumbled across the arches in soft waves, mixing with the murmur of the river, the creak of wooden planks, and the faint whistle of wind through iron beams. A boy climbed briefly onto the railing, balancing precariously while a friend held out a hand. The metal was cold, rough against small palms. The bridges absorbed it all. The thrill, the tension, the careful attention, just as they had absorbed countless similar moments over centuries. Even the river seemed to slow, holding the paper boats and drifting petals in gentle spirals, creating ephemeral patterns that vanished quickly yet left subtle impressions in the memory of the bridges. Summer brought golden heat and thick warmth. The scent of ripening fruit mingled with fresh grass and faint tangs of iron warmed by sunlight. Swallows swooped low over the water, diving onto beams, perching briefly, wings trembling. Lovers walked slowly, hands entwined, shadows stretching long across stone and merging with reflections in the water. The bridges absorbed these moments of intimacy, folding them into the rhythm of countless other interactions. Children playing, farmers crossing, travelers pausing, birds nesting, cats stretching, dogs padding carefully across sun-warmed planks. The pulse beneath the arches, subtle yet present, could be felt by anyone who slowed down, who listened, who allowed themselves to merge with the rhythm of the town. Autumn arrived deliberately, painting leaves in gold, copper, and amber. Children collected fallen leaves, arranging them into small piles, tossing them into the river to watch them spin slowly downstream. Farmers walked with careful steps, boots crunching softly, wheels rolling over leafy carpets. Lanterns appeared along the bridges, reflecting in the water below and illuminating arches that had seen countless footsteps over centuries. Every movement, every sound, every subtle shift in light and color was absorbed by the bridges, layered into their steady rhythm. Winter brought a hushed calm, covering every surface in soft white snow. Footsteps were careful, deliberate, fading into powdery blankets. Travelers paused mid-span, leaning on railings, breathing in crisp air, feeling subtle tremors beneath their feet. Cats curled on ledges, dogs padded softly, birds nestled in crevices. The bridges absorbed all of it, layering warmth against cold, movement against stillness, life against quiet, creating a pulse that ran beneath arches and beams, beneath the flowing river, beneath centuries of time. Historical events left subtle traces. The Great Flood of 1943 had tested the bridge's endurance. Water rose swiftly, carrying debris, branches, and carts downstream. Stone arches flexed, iron beams groaned. Wooden planks shifted slightly, yet the bridges endured. Craftsmen worked tirelessly, repairing cracks, replacing worn planks, reinforcing arches with new stone and iron. Each hammer's strike, each chiseling, each careful adjustment layered memory atop memory, embedding the act of care into the very structure of the bridges. Even decades later, faint traces of water lines and minor fractures remained, silent witnesses to endurance and resilience. Festivals and quiet rituals had been observed across centuries. Spring brought flowers tied to railings, petals floating downstream. Summer brought lanterns at dusk, reflecting off water. Autumn brought carefully arranged leaves, tossed into spirals on the river's surface. Winter brought snowmen, candles, and quiet celebrations of light and warmth. Each ritual, small or grand, layered subtle human presence into the pulse of the bridges, joining the river wind and wildlife into a harmonious, slow rhythm. Wildlife contributed naturally to this rhythm. Birds nested in arches, singing softly at dawn. Cats shifted lazily on warm ledges, adjusting occasionally to follow the sun. Dogs padded slowly, ears alert to faint sounds of wind, water, or distant footsteps. Fish darted beneath the river, weaving around leaves, petals, and reflections of arches. Dragonflies skimmed the water, pausing briefly on iron beams. Even insects, small mammals, and the rustle of reeds added layers to the bridge's pulse, blending with human activity to create a symphony of quiet, measured life. Ordinary days held meaning as well. A boy might skip stones, creating ripples across the river. An elder might lean on the railing, tracing clouds reflected in water, listening to the faint creak of planks, feeling centuries of memory beneath his hands. Every gesture, however small, layered into the bridge's slow, patient rhythm, adding texture and depth to the quiet heartbeat carried across centuries. The bridges endured decades of change. Automobiles rolled along nearby streets, radios hummed, cameras clicked, yet the bridges remained calm, demanding deliberate steps and careful observation. Anyone crossing, pausing mid-span, leaning on the railing, breathing deeply, could feel the centuries of layered memory beneath their feet. The subtle pulse settled their thoughts, reminded them that patience and reflection were possible, that calm could always be found, and that rest was available on these spans of Medville. Even under starlight, lanterns glowing softly along the arches, anyone stepping onto the bridges could feel the quiet pulse. Arches stretched across the river, enduring, remembering, breathing with the town. They held water, people, animals, memory, and time itself. Each crossing reminded travelers, it is possible to pause, to notice, to breathe, to rest, and to merge with the enduring rhythm of Medville. Time as carried by the bridges was not measured in hours, days, or years. It was measured in slow accumulation. Footsteps, laughter, whispers, sighs, minor repairs, floods, festivals, seasons, wildlife, quiet gestures, and enduring patience. Every stone, every plank, every iron beam held the echoes of lives long past, quietly recorded in rhythm beneath the arches. Anyone crossing, anyone breathing, anyone observing could feel the pulse of centuries flowing beneath their feet, calming their thoughts, softening their movements, reminding them of the quiet endurance of the world. The bridges of Medville had always been witnesses to both small, quiet lives and larger, unforeseen events. One early spring morning, a craftsman arrived carrying plans for a subtle reinforcement of the central stone arch, a delicate task that had been postponed for several years. He unrolled the parchment, tracing the careful sketches with a finger, noting where new iron rods would be placed and where worn stone needed careful replacement. As he worked, a gentle drizzle fell, soft at first, then heavier, creating a faint hiss as water struck the arches and rippled into the river below. He paused, letting the rain dampen his sleeves, listening to the way droplets danced along the stone, pooling briefly before trickling into cracks and seams. The bridges accepted this new layer of sound, folding it quietly into centuries of accumulated memory. Nearby, a historian leaned on the wooden railing, notebook balanced on her knee, documenting the faint inscriptions carved into the stone by generations past. Each mark told a story, initials of lovers, a sketch of a cart lost to time, a symbol left by a mason proud of his work. She traced the inscriptions with her eyes, imagining the lives behind each mark. A young couple meeting secretly, a merchant pausing to leave a memento, a mason finishing his day's labor. Across the span, a young boy mimicked her, carving tiny shapes into a soft patch of wood with the edge of a twig, unaware that the bridges had absorbed his quiet curiosity alongside those of the past. Summer brought the quiet bustle of river trade. Traders loaded goods onto small boats, steering them beneath the arches, avoiding submerged rocks and fallen branches. Each boat's passage created subtle waves that lapped against the bridge supports. A girl followed closely behind, tossing wildflower petals into the water, watching them catch the currents and swirl beneath the stone arches. The bridges noted the interplay of human commerce and gentle play, recording the simultaneous existence of necessity and leisure. Autumn brought harvest festivals to Medville. The town celebrated quietly on and around the bridges. Farmers teed sheaves of grain and autumn flowers along the railings. Lanterns were lit in the evening, glowing against the fading light. Musicians played quietly from small balconies near the riverbank, and villagers crossed the bridges slowly to hear the soft strings and percussion. Children ran in small clusters, carrying baskets of fruit and small gifts. One boy paused mid-span, kneeling to sketch the arches in his notebook, capturing their proportions, their details, and the reflections in the water below. Each note, each movement, each soft sound was layered into the bridge's memory, adding a rich, fresh layer to the pulse carried through centuries. Winter storms sometimes arrived with surprising ferocity. Winds howled across the river, bending trees, scattering leaves, and pushing ice sheets against the stone supports. A family crossed cautiously, the father supporting a child while guiding a sled behind them. Snow piled unevenly, creating hidden patches of ice, and the mother adjusted her steps carefully. The bridges responded subtly, flexing with the weight, accommodating the uneven footing. Craftsmen would arrive days later to repair minor damage, chisel frozen stone, replace fractured wood, and polish ironwork. Each strike, each adjustment, each careful repair added a new layer of human care to the bridge's long, patient memory. Stories of legend and folklore emerged around the bridges as well. Locals whispered of a ghostly figure who appeared during the thickest winter fog, said to be a mason who had died mid-repair centuries ago. Children, warned to stay indoors at night, sometimes pressed their faces against windows to glimpse the arches enveloped in mist, imagining flickering lanterns and spectral silhouettes. Travelers unfamiliar with the stories often felt an unspoken weight of history while crossing during foggy nights, sensing something timeless and watchful in the stillness of the arches. The bridges carried these stories silently, allowing them to mix with factual history, floods, repairs, and quiet daily life. One summer, a scholar spent weeks observing birds nesting within the iron framework of the oldest bridge. She noted the subtle differences in behavior. Swallows swooping low during early morning, returning to the same perch at sunset. Sparrows building intricate nests in small gaps between stone and iron. Dragonflies hovering at midday, wings catching sunlight She wrote carefully, sketching details, recording sound, noting how human activity, children running, carts passing, travelers pausing, subtly influenced wildlife patterns. Each observation was absorbed, like every human footprint before it, into the bridge's ongoing memory. In another era, after a particularly harsh winter, cracks had appeared in the central stone arch. Craftsmen arrived with tools, pulleys, and scaffolding, working tirelessly over weeks to carefully remove weathered sections and replace them with freshly cut stone. Each chisel strike echoed softly across the river, a deliberate, rhythmic sound that blended with water, wind, and occasional calls of birds. A young apprentice watched quietly, fascinated by the precision and patience required. His fascination was absorbed alongside the labor, the river, and the arches themselves. Over time, the apprentice became a master, returning decades later to reinforce the bridges again, adding yet another layer to the ongoing story. Even ordinary travelers brought new moments to the bridges. A woman carrying letters paused mid-span to tie a small ribbon to the railing, letting it flutter in the breeze. A boy ran ahead, tossing a pebble into the river, watching the concentric ripples expand slowly before fading. A dog leaped onto the wooden walkway, chasing shadows. All these actions, mundane yet meaningful, were layered into the bridge's long history, enriching the quiet pulse of time carried beneath stone, wood, and iron. Over centuries, minor repairs became a tradition. Every crack, every weathered plank, every weakened beam was addressed meticulously. Craftsmen would replace stones, polish ironwork, adjust beams, and check the foundations after floods or storms. Their labor was methodical, deliberate, meditative. Travelers sometimes paused to watch, noting the care, the patience, the steady, almost ritualistic repetition of actions. Even when repairs were complete, subtle traces remained. Faint hammer marks, slightly lighter patches of stone, polished iron shining briefly in sunlight before dulling again. These traces became part of the bridge's memory, layering subtle signs of endurance and care over centuries. Bridges carried not only physical weight, but the intangible weight of lives. Lovers whispered on the arches, children laughed while chasing leaves, merchants paused, resting on railings. Elders traced their memories in quiet reflection. Festivals and ceremonies layered another dimension. Lanterns in summer, flowers in spring, autumn harvest arrangements, candles in winter. All these small human moments accumulated into the pulse of the bridges, creating a rhythm that could be felt but never fully articulated, a rhythm that connected past and present seamlessly. Even as Medville modernized, the bridges retained their character. Vehicles passed on nearby roads, radio waves hummed from distant houses, and cameras captured fleeting images, but the bridge's arches remained unchanged, demanding patience and quiet attention. Anyone crossing, pausing mid-span, leaning lightly on the railing, breathing slowly, could feel centuries of memory beneath their feet. The pulse of endurance, of careful observation, of patience and calm, flowed subtly, settling shoulders, softening thoughts, and allowing the mind to rest. Even at night, under starlight or lantern glow, the bridges breathed. Travelers could sense the slow rhythm, the quiet continuity, the weight of history and human presence held in stone, iron, and wood. They held water, wind, birds, animals, and humans alike, absorbing every sound, every movement, every sigh, every laugh. The bridges reminded those who paused. There is always space to slow down, to notice, to breathe, to rest, and to merge with the enduring rhythm of Medville. Time on the bridges was measured not by hours or years, but by accumulation. Footsteps, whispers, laughter, floods, repairs, seasonal changes, festivals, wildlife, and human life in all its forms. Every stone, beam, and plank held the echoes of past centuries. Anyone who walked slowly, who observed, who breathed in rhythm with the river, could feel the pulse. A reminder of endurance, of patience, of quiet reflection, of life in its slow, steady continuity. Medville stretched quietly along the river, its cobblestone streets winding between clusters of old stone houses, narrow alleys, and tiny marketplaces. Early in the morning, a soft mist hovered above the town, settling gently on the rooftops, the wooden shutters, and the wrought iron lanterns that lined the streets. Bakers opened their windows first, releasing faint aromas of freshly baked bread, a comforting scent that mingled with the dampness of the river fog. Children shuffled along the alleys, rubbing sleepy eyes, holding small baskets for morning errands. Their footsteps tapped lightly on the cobblestones, echoing softly, blending with the distant clatter of a blacksmith hammering iron in a corner of the town square. The town hall, an imposing stone building with arches and tall windows, stood at the center of Medville. Its walls were lined with inscriptions marking the names of mayors, council members, and benefactors from centuries past. Each plaque, carefully polished every season, carried the faint weight of decisions made long ago, debates over trade, taxes, or repairs. A historian, notebook in hand, paused at the entrance, tracing her fingers lightly along carved initials left by generations of townsfolk. She noted dates etched into the stone, faded by wind and rain, imagining the faces of the people who had touched them, people long gone but whose presence lingered quietly in the material of the town itself. Nearby, the marketplace began to stir. Farmers and merchants set up stalls with carefully arranged produce, baskets of apples, pears, and root vegetables, bundles of herbs tied neatly with string, freshly baked bread stacked in wicker baskets. A man carrying a small cart of honey paused near a fountain, tipping a bucket to rinse it clean, the water glinting in the morning light. Children darted between stalls, giggling as they chased one another, while cats slinked along edges of tables, sniffing cautiously at dropped crumbs. Every small movement, every sound, every scent was absorbed by the town, layering quiet, detailed memory into its streets, walls, and open squares. The river bank held its own stories. Fishermen pushed small boats into the water, nets dangling, ready to gather early morning catches. Water birds, herons, ducks, swallows stirred along the edges, dipping and gliding gracefully over gentle currents. A cart laden with firewood rattled along a narrow stone path beside the river. Travelers paused to cross a small footbridge, pausing to watch ripples spread slowly across the water. Each movement was recorded in the slow rhythm of Medville itself, a pulse that connected stone, water, wood, and human activity seamlessly. Spring brought festivals quietly to life. On the first day of the season, villagers tied small ribbons and wildflowers to doorways, railings, and lampposts. Lanterns hung from balconies, reflecting off the river in soft arcs. Musicians tuned lutes and flutes in shaded squares, their melodies gentle, not hurried, carrying softly through the town's winding streets. Children ran along alleyways, kicking up pedals, racing one another past bakeries and fountains. A family paused near the town hall fountain, carefully arranging small coins on the stone ledge, an offering of thanks for a bountiful spring. Summer arrived gradually, with heat lingering over rooftops and alleys. Windows were propped open, allowing the scent of bread, herbs, and smoke from cooking fires to mingle with the warm, dry air. Merchants stationed near the docks worked to unload crates of dried fish, linens, and clay pots. The river glimmered under the sun, reflecting the wooden boats, the stone arches of small bridges, and the faint shimmer of a dragonfly's wings as it skimmed the surface. Travelers often paused near the docks, leaning lightly on railings, breathing in the warm air, listening to water lapping gently against hulls. The town absorbed every sound, the scraping of cartwheels, the soft murmur of conversation, the distant toll of the town hall bell, folding each into its quiet memory. Autumn arrived with gentle winds and changing colors. Leaves drifted through the streets, turning gold, amber, and russet as they fell from elm and maple trees lining the lanes. Villagers swept small piles into neat corners, arranging them in decorative patterns near market stalls or along fences. Harvest festivals appeared gradually, tables filled with squash, grapes, nuts, and baked pies. Lanterns hung from tree branches. Music floated through quiet streets in the evenings. Children carried small baskets filled with apples and chestnuts, placing them near fountains or offering them to elders resting on benches. Every small gesture, every quiet laugh, every shuffled step of a footfall became part of Medville's living memory, layered softly across stone, wood, and water. Winter brought its own stillness. Snow settled thickly across rooftops and streets, muffling movement, softening edges, turning the town into a quiet sanctuary. Residents walked carefully, boots sinking slightly into fresh powder, scarves wrapped tightly, hands tucked into gloves. Firewood was stacked neatly along alleyways, smoke rising gently from chimneys. Lanterns flickered through windows, casting golden squares of light on white streets. The river, partially frozen in some sections, reflected the muted sky. Animals adapted. Cats curled near fires, dogs padded slowly, birds huddled in sheltered eaves. Even in harsh weather, The pulse of life continued quietly through Medville, layered with centuries of similar winters. Generations of families shaped the town. One baker's family, tracing back 3 centuries, continued a quiet ritual, kneading dough precisely at dawn, setting small loaves in the window to cool, and noting subtle changes in temperature or humidity, which altered how the bread rose. A tailor's apprentice, learning from her grandmother, carefully measured fabric, stitched seams, and arranged small patterns across windows to sell to travelers. These ordinary actions, repeated daily, contributed subtle layers to the living memory of Medville. Each act of care, precision, and routine was absorbed into the quiet pulse of the town, adding depth to centuries of human presence. Historical events were often subtle but significant. A fire in one of the oldest inns decades ago required careful rebuilding. Stone walls replaced, beams reinforced, windows reset. Floods occasionally rose above their usual bounds, requiring residents to reinforce docks and riverbanks with sandbags and stones. Each event brought temporary disruption, followed by long, careful restoration. The town adapted, evolved, and absorbed each event into its memory, leaving subtle signs for observant travelers. A slightly higher stone ledge, a patch of fresher mortar, a repaired wooden plank. Legends lingered through time. One story told of a scholar who vanished while cataloging ancient scrolls in the town library. It was said that during foggy mornings, his ghostly figure could sometimes be seen moving quietly between shelves, leaving a faint trail of dust in the air. Children whispered the tale to one another while running along streets, pausing to glance into quiet alleys or behind shutters. Elders smiled, shaking their heads gently, allowing the legends to persist, weaving myth into the fabric of history, quietly layering imagination onto reality. Even ordinary life carried subtle significance. A woman carrying a basket of herbs paused near the fountain, arranging small blooms carefully. A man guided a cart of grain along a cobblestone street, adjusting wheels to avoid a low stone. Children chased one another along alleyways, laughing quietly. Cats and dogs moved carefully. Birds called softly. The town absorbed every detail, every sound, every scent, folding them gently into centuries of memory. Medville, in all its quiet, slow rhythm, taught patience. Walking through streets, leaning on railings, pausing to notice the subtle textures of stone, the gentle movement of water, the interplay of light and shadow, reminded anyone moving slowly that time could be observed, absorbed, and respected. Life continued gently, quietly, layer upon layer, building upon the centuries that preceded it, yet always allowing space to pause, breathe, and rest. The sun rose slowly over Medville, casting a soft amber glow across the rooftops and streets. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, carrying the scent of roasting chestnuts and morning fires. The town square, paved with uneven stones, began to stir with quiet activity. A cart rolled gently over the cobblestones, wheels creaking softly under the weight of barrels filled with apples and dried herbs. A bell tinkled from a small chapel at the edge of the square, its sound delicate, not hurried, mingling with distant chatter and the soft rustle of leaves in the gentle morning breeze. Along the river, small fishing boats bobbed in the current, tied loosely to wooden posts. Fishermen checked nets carefully, untangling knots with patient, deliberate hands. Occasionally a net would snag a small fish, causing a subtle splash that rippled across the water. A heron stood silently on the bank, neck curved gracefully, watching the river with careful attention. Nearby, children dipped small buckets into the water, hoping to catch tadpoles or observe water insects, laughing quietly when a fish darted away. The town, river, and wildlife blended together, carrying centuries of gentle observation and quiet life. One of the oldest inns in Medville, with its timber-framed walls and low-arched windows, began to open for the day. The innkeeper, a tall man with hands weathered by decades of lifting barrels and sweeping floors, adjusted the wooden shutters to allow soft light inside. He moved slowly, deliberately, each motion careful, reflecting the routine built over generations. Travelers arrived quietly, exchanging greetings, setting down small bags of belongings, and settling near the hearth. The inn had weathered fires, floods, and storms, and each repair, new beams, replaced shingles, polished floors, had been carefully layered into its structure. The walls held faint impressions of past laughter, whispered conversations, and quiet, reflective moments from long ago. Beyond the inn, a narrow alley led to a small market garden tucked behind stone walls. Here, herbs grew in orderly rows, vegetables in neat patches, flowers climbing along trellises. A young apprentice tended the garden, carefully watering each plant, adjusting soil, and watching for subtle changes in leaf color. Bees moved between blossoms with a steady rhythm, their buzzing soft and meditative. Occasionally, a small bird swooped down to sip water from a puddle, only to be chased gently away by a curious cat. The quiet harmony of life, human and animal, moved gently through the garden, observed only by those patient enough to notice, and absorbed silently into Medville's centuries of memory. Midday brought warmth, and with it, the slow hum of activity. Bakers carried freshly baked bread to market stalls, the scent drifting along narrow streets. Tailors measured cloth carefully, scissors slicing gently through fabric as apprentices watched, learning the precise rhythm of their trade. In a small square near the chapel, a storyteller gathered children and a few elders, recounting tales of Medville's past, minor battles with rival towns, the arrival of new trade routes, floods that had reshaped riverbanks, and festivals held in celebration of good harvests. The storyteller's voice was calm, measured, each word deliberate, drawing listeners into the quiet rhythm of history without urgency or tension. As afternoon stretched on, shadows lengthened across cobblestones. A cart carrying barrels of wine made its slow way through the streets, guided carefully by a pair of oxen. Children played quietly near fountains, tossing small leaves into water, watching them spiral slowly downstream. Elderly residents leaned on door frames, observing the activity with gentle smiles, sometimes exchanging quiet conversation with passers-by. In one alley, a small library opened its doors, shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, some centuries old. A scholar moved from shelf to shelf, dusting carefully, noting minor details of bindings and inscriptions, each motion deliberate, absorbing centuries of quiet learning. Evening arrived gradually, painting rooftops and streets in muted gold and soft violet. Lanterns flickered along windowsills and archways, casting gentle pools of light on cobblestones. The chapel bell tolled once, twice, slowly, signaling a time to pause and reflect. Families gathered for supper, children helping set tables, adults moving deliberately in the kitchens. The scent of roasted vegetables, bread, and simmering stew mingled with the cooler evening air. Along the river, small boats drifted gently, carrying fishermen or travelers, their oars barely disturbing the calm surface. Every soft sound, the scrape of a chair, the whisper of a conversation, the gentle lap of water against a hull, layered quietly into Medville's living memory. Night deepened, and a thick fog rolled gently in from the surrounding hills. Streets became softer, muted, quiet. Cats padded carefully along stone ledges, dogs settled near hearths, and birds nestled silently. A scholar in the library read by candlelight, turning pages slowly, the soft rustle of paper echoing gently against timber and stone. A baker completed his final preparations, stacking bread in neat rows, the the faint warmth lingering in the wooden shelves. Travelers paused on balconies, watching the fog drift across rooftops, listening to the faint murmur of the river, the subtle creak of shutters, the occasional distant hoot of an owl. All these moments were folded into the quiet pulse of Medville, layering centuries of observation, care, and slow, deliberate life. Even minor events became part of the town's history. A sudden summer storm brought heavy rain, forcing residents to adjust shutters, tie down loose items, and carefully protect their gardens. Streets flooded slightly, and children splashed in shallow puddles, giggling quietly. Craftsmen reinforced weak sections of wooden structures, replacing shingles, adjusting beams, and carefully patching minor cracks. The town adapted naturally, absorbing the rain, the activity, and the quiet human diligence into its living memory. Medville's folklore also thrived quietly. Tales of scholars, lost merchants, mysterious figures along riverbanks, and gentle spirits of the forest were recounted softly by parents to children or whispered in quiet squares. These stories were never urgent, never dramatic, only slowly shared and observed, blending seamlessly with the daily rhythms of life, festivals, and seasonal changes. Every listener became a participant in the quiet, timeless history of the town. Generations continued daily routines across decades. Families baked, sewed, tended gardens, ferried goods along the river, or taught apprentices quietly. Children grew slowly, learning patience, observation, and subtle skill. Elders watched, passing along knowledge, telling stories of minor floods, repairs, festivals, and weather patterns. Each generation added its layer, subtle but enduring, to the pulse of Medville, a rhythm of life, care, patience, and calm continuity. Finally, late at night, Medville settled fully. Streets were quiet, lanterns dimmed, and the river reflected the pale moonlight. Travelers paused to breathe in the stillness, noticing subtle textures of stone, the faint sounds of distant water, the occasional soft movement of nocturnal animals. Cats stretched along ledges, birds slept silently in trees, and humans rested, unconsciously synchronized with the centuries of slow, deliberate life around them. Medville's history, accumulated in small, patient gestures, continued to unfold gently, quietly. A living story of endurance, care, and timeless rhythm. Night in Medville stretched quietly over the town, soft and gentle, as if the streets themselves were exhaling a long, steady breath. Lanterns glimmered faintly along cobblestones, their reflections shimmering in puddles left from earlier rains. Windows glowed with muted light, revealing families gathered around warm fires, quietly conversing, reading, or simply resting. A thin fog drifted from the river, wrapping itself around bridges, docks, and stone walls, softening edges, muffling distant sounds, and giving the town a serene, almost suspended quality. The docks along the river were still, the wooden planks slightly damp from the fog. Small fishing boats rocked gently, their oars tied carefully within, nets coiled with precision. Occasionally a fish jumped, creating a small splash, a faint rhythm in the quiet. A lone fisherman sat on the edge of the dock, legs dangling, quietly mending nets. He paused occasionally to watch ripples spread across the water, noticing the way moonlight danced across the surface. A heron, tall and silent, moved slowly along the bank, dipping its beak into the water, then standing motionless again. Even these small, quiet motions were absorbed into the town's slow rhythm, layer upon layer of gentle, deliberate life. The town square was nearly empty, but faint traces of earlier activity remained. Leaves were piled carefully in corners, lanterns had been dimmed, and a faint aroma of roasted bread lingered. A young scholar lingered near the old fountain, tracing subtle patterns on the stone with careful fingers. She imagined the generations that had come before her, children playing, merchants trading, elders pausing to breathe, craftsmen repairing, musicians performing. All of it formed a continuous thread, quiet and unbroken, connecting past, present, and the unseen future. Along narrow alleyways, residents moved slowly, carrying out minor tasks before resting. A baker removed the last of the cooled loaves from the oven, stacking them neatly. An apprentice swept fallen leaves from a garden path, watching a cat slink between the rows of herbs. Elderly residents leaned lightly on wooden railings, observing subtle movements along the riverbank, noting birds, insects, and shadows as though recording them in memory. The town itself seemed alive in this observation, every stone, plank, and arch absorbing each quiet gesture. In the surrounding forests, deer moved carefully through underbrush, pausing occasionally to nibble on fallen leaves. Owls called softly from tall branches, their wings stirring the cool night air. A fox, cautious and deliberate, padded along a narrow trail near the edge of town, ears twitching at every faint sound. Even the wildlife, in its careful, patient motion, became part of Medville's living memory. Each rustle, each soft step, each measured breath of air was recorded in the slow pulse of the environment, in harmony with the town and its inhabitants. Legends of the town floated gently alongside daily life. Tales of wandering scholars, mysterious travelers, minor ghosts, and quiet miracles were told softly to children, whispered in empty streets, or recalled by elders near fires. One story spoke of a hidden alcove in the oldest library, where a lost manuscript contained a recorded history of Medville's minor floods, seasonal markets, and quiet festivals. No one had found it for decades, yet the story persisted, enriching the imagination of listeners and subtly shaping the way the town regarded itself. Seasonal transitions continued their slow rhythm. Spring brought first blossoms along narrow streets and garden walls, petals drifting lazily to cobblestones. Summer brought warmth, occasional heat waves, and soft hums of bees moving between flowers. Autumn painted leaves in amber, copper, and gold, drifting in gentle swirls across empty lanes. Winter covered rooftops and streets in soft snow, muffling footsteps and creating quiet expanses of white. Every season layered itself into Medville's living history, each change observed, absorbed, and remembered by the town itself, quietly carrying centuries of human and natural life. Across decades, generations contributed to the rhythm. Families tended their businesses, baked bread, repaired roofs, and guided apprentices. Children learned patience in slow tasks, observation in quiet play, and care through simple routines. Elders told stories of past floods, markets, minor quarrels, festivals, and repairs. Craftsmen, scholars, and travelers all moved carefully through the town, leaving subtle impressions, adding layers to the quiet pulse. Even when the town faced hardship, a harsh winter, a minor fire, or a disrupted market, its rhythm continued, absorbing disruption and integrating it into continuity. By the river, a small bridge arched gently, a remnant of older times. Though not the sole focus, it held its quiet place in the town's memory. Travelers paused to breathe, children crossed slowly, and animals passed carefully beneath. Water lapped softly against supports, carrying reflections of lanterns, the moon, and the faint shimmer of dragonflies moving through the evening air. The bridge, like the town itself, absorbed each subtle motion, each quiet gesture, folding centuries of life into its enduring pulse. The chapel bell tolled once, twice, 3 times. Families paused, workers stopped briefly, and children listened with soft curiosity. The sound traveled gently along streets, bouncing off stone walls and fading into alleys. Travelers on balconies or riverbanks felt the slow rhythm of time in each toll, each pause, each echo. The town was vast and quiet, layered with centuries of small moments, footsteps, laughter, whispered conversations, quiet labor, and gentle care. Each layer contributed to the meditative cadence of life in Medville, settling minds and softening thoughts. As the night deepened, Medville rested fully. Residents were asleep or quietly preparing for rest. Firelight flickered faintly through windows, lanterns dimmed further, and the river flowed smoothly, reflecting stars and moonlight. The streets held echoes of days gone by, subtle reminders of centuries of careful, patient living. Trees rustled softly in the breeze, leaves brushing lightly against stone walls and wooden fences. Animals slept, humans rested, and the town itself seemed to exhale, breathing gently, slowly, in rhythm with time. Medville's pulse was gentle and deliberate. It was measured not by hours, days, or years, but by the accumulation of small, patient actions, careful repairs, quiet observation, routine tasks. Seasonal changes, minor celebrations, and the enduring presence of generations. Anyone walking slowly through streets, pausing by the river, listening to the faint murmur of wind, water, or footsteps could feel it. The enduring rhythm, calm and unbroken, flowing through stone, wood, water, and air. Even as centuries continued, Medville remained constant in its quiet endurance. The town held memories of minor events, legends, daily labor, seasonal changes, festivals, and generations of life. Each action, no matter how small, layered gently atop previous ones, forming a tapestry of patient, slow continuity. Travelers, residents, and observers alike became part of this ongoing story, simply by moving slowly, observing carefully, and breathing in rhythm with the town. And so, as the night embraced the town fully, Medville rested in quiet, meditative patience. Streets, alleys, gardens, riverbanks, docks, rooftops, and forests all shared the gentle continuity of life. Time flowed softly, uninterrupted, absorbed into every stone, beam, leaf, ripple, and shadow. The town, patient and enduring, reminded all who paused there. There is space to slow down, to notice, to breathe, to rest, and to merge with the rhythm of life itself. And now, dear listener, as Medville lies quiet beneath the soft silver glow of the moon, allow yourself to sink slowly, comfortably, into the stillness around you. Feel the gentle weight of your body against your bed, each muscle relaxing, each breath growing soft, steady, and unhurried. Imagine the soft, calm streets, the whisper of wind through ancient trees, the slow murmur of the river carrying centuries of quiet life, folding you gently into its rhythm. Let your thoughts drift, light and unimportant, like leaves floating lazily upon the water. There is no rush, no task, no worry. Just the gentle pulse of the town, of time, of quiet life itself, carrying you further and further into stillness. Picture yourself walking slowly along cobblestone streets, lanterns flickering softly, shadows moving lazily, sounds softened and distant. Hear the faint echoes of footsteps, the soft rustle of leaves, the quiet life of animals settling down for the night. Let each sound, each image, wash over you, calming your mind, slowing your thoughts, and letting sleep find you naturally. Feel the rhythm of breathing, slow and deep, rising and falling, like the gentle lapping of the river against the docks. With every breath, your body grows heavier, your mind softer, your awareness drifting, floating, settling. The worries of the day, the tensions of the hours, the fleeting concerns of life, they all dissolve into the quiet night, absorbed into the calm, timeless rhythm that surrounds you. Let yourself drift through these streets, past quiet gardens, along still riverbanks, beneath arches, and bridges that have held centuries of life and care. Let the gentle passage of time, unhurried and patient, wrap you in calm. Feel the stories, the whispers of generations, the soft echoes of laughter, footsteps, and quiet labor. They all blend into a single, slow, soothing pulse, and you are carried gently upon it. There is nothing to do, nothing to think, nothing to remember. Just this moment, this quiet, this calm, this feeling of being safe, steady and still. Let it carry you deeper, softer, further into sleep. Drift now, and let Medville's calm, patient heartbeat guide you, whispering softly, slowly, gently, into the warm embrace of restful, peaceful sleep. Good night, dear listener. Will do I. Sleep well.